The master bedroom. Dan Jensen did come here, removed a change of clothes for tomorrow. He took a pair of jeans from up there. He also had a shaving kit which was completely intact and ready to go, which he just zippered up and took with him, which was located right down there in the master bathroom area. He also took a pair of socks. Again, I'm just scanning the drawer. This is how we're leaving the household. And he took a pair of white socks, which are located right in the drawer here. Those were the items he took. Being of a suspicious mind, I thought it was kind of unusual that he had shaving kit all together in one, but so be it. Bathroom. We did pull all the drains on the sink just to let you know that they're back, secure, tested, and not leaking. We also did that to the kitchen sink. Kitchen, did take that. And in this drawer that I'm about to show you, we did find a note, which was in evidence. Notice top shelf and all that. Also taken were a variety of Playboy magazines, which were located in the garage on the shelf. They were located right there. There's a whole stack of them. We've also been secured the whole house. Everything has been locked. As you can see, this door here is with the bolt phone to the left. Dan provided us a house key so we can keep it absolutely locked for the officers to protect it overnight. And that should end things. December 3rd, 1998, Paul Ratsford reporting.
All right, the record should reflect the video has been completed. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
And if we haven't already done so, the state would move to have that admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
That's number 25?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 25 is received.
So, tell the jury, what kind of a camera or device were you using to take that to do that video?
Well, it was 1998. That was VHS back in those days. This particular smaller camera had a version of VHS and all that. And it was, frankly, it was back in 98, that was pretty unusual to videotape a death scene in that. Nowadays, that's common and a regular routine where officers they have body cameras, different photography technology. This was what they call analog technology in there. In fact, I believe that was my first video using that camera. It's not something we used a lot, but it was what we today is kind of ancient technology.
So, you indicated in the course of this video that you had removed the drains in the house?
Yes, we did a thorough search of the house. We dropped all the drains. We collected the bowls that you saw in the video, the macaroni and cheese and the Weedables, and there was a blue glass next to Julie's bed. We obtained all those substances, plus the drains. We dropped them. That's what an S-trap. We dropped them, and then I put them in some sterile containers.
Detective Redsker, could you move the microphone close to your mouth when you're speaking?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we removed those S-traps. On one of the drains, we couldn't get the S-trap off. It was glued directly on there. The other ones, we used sterile bottles, and those are also in evidence, and I collected all of that. Plus, there was some suspect glasses that I also collected, and I sent all that to the crime lab eventually.
So why did you collect the S-traps and so forth, or the contents of the S-traps in this residence?
Well, I had information previously with Officer Cosman and the photographs he was taking. Julie was concerned that she would be that she was going to be killed or poisoned, and so I was looking at this openly. We didn't have any obvious sign on the body of any injury, so I took. Go ahead.
Detectives are so. You were concerned about the possibility of poisoning. Is that the reason that you took these items?
Yes, that is correct.
So if there'd been a gunshot wound to the head, you wouldn't bother with that. But because there were no discernible injuries to the body, you wanted to rule out poisoning or some other matter, and that's why you obtained the S-traps?
Yes.
Now, you also seized the computer. Where did you find the computer?
The computer was located in the den there underneath the desk. It was a Tower CPU.
And you seized the computer?
I did.
And that was with the consent of Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
He consented to conduct the search of the residence?
Yes.
And you indicated to him you'd be taking certain items?
Yes.
And among the items you took was the computer?
Yes.
Now, there were also some other items that you took. Is that true?
Yes.
You said during the course of the video you made reference to a daily log or something that Julie had kept?
Yes. I noted it in the video, and if you look in the bedroom, we recovered Julie's daily planner and other records and logs that she kept.
And among the items you recovered was a log that she kept of all the harassment that she'd endured over the years. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
So Julie kept a log of each and every incident?
Yes, she did.
And I'll have some questions about them. So have you looked at them?
I have, sir.
Can you identify what S28 is?
S28 is the home computer, item number A, that I sent off to that I recovered.
Well, it's actually a sheet of paper reflecting that what you did with the computer, right? Is that the chain of custody document for the computer?
Yes.
Okay, and then S29. What is S29, please?
This is also a computer, and also this is a duplicate of item A, and then it also shows the sealed hard drives that I recovered that were with the computer in a cigar box.
So directing your attention back to S28.
Yes, sir.
And that's the chain of custody item for the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing the serial number F7L26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top, it's dated December 17th, 1998. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the bottom, there's a receipt signature and a printed name of Brad Haller. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this reflects that you, on December 17th, 1998, Brad Haller received the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing serial number F7L26?
Yes.
And you took it directly to him?
Yes.
So you recovered it from the crime scene, from the den at the Jensen residence. You put it in evidence, you then took it out of evidence, and you transported it to Brad Haller.
Yes.
And who is Brad Haller?
Brad Haller was an analyst with the Wisconsin Crime Lab.
So this was done for the purpose of having the Wisconsin Crime Lab analyze the hard drive of that computer?
Yes.
Object to the leading.
I'm going to allow that question. Go ahead, answer it.
Well, what was the purpose of transporting the hard drive or the computer central processing unit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab
To get an analysis of it.
by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
So directing your attention to S29,
Yes,
you've got it there in front of you,
I do.
and that reflects that on August, well, that also pertains to case M98-2628, which is the crime lab's number for this case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it indicates that on August 1st, 2000, certain items were submitted. What was item B of the items that were submitted?
item B was some hard drives that I recovered that were with that computer underneath the desk in the Jensen home.
They were hard drives or they were zip disks?
Zip disk, I misspoke, I'm sorry.
So there were 5 zip disks that were sent to the crime lab on August 1st, 2000.
Yes.
And who received them?
Brad Haller.
Now, I'm going to Can you tell the jury where you recovered those 5 zip drives that were sent, that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000?
They were on top of the computer in the Jensen home, on top of his CPU underneath the desk there.
And were they contained inside of any item or any box?
Yes, they were contained in a cigar box type thing, and then the zip drives were inside that cigar box.
They show this bag, this plastic bag that contained this designated States Exhibit S32, and inside is a box that had the original designation S248. Can you tell the jury what these items are?
These items here, and I can feel that the zip drives are inside of it. This is the cigar box that I recovered underneath the desk, and this is item now S36, and you can see where I secured it to make sure we have proper chain of custody with an evidence seal.
So could you take the box out of the plastic bag, please? And what's the item number on the box? What's the exhibit number?
This is S32.
Okay. Now, opening S32, what's inside of S32?
There's some nails and a small calculator, and then these zip drives.
And those are the 5 zip drives that are set forth in the exhibit that are reflected in S29, the 5 zip drives that you took to the State Crime Lab on August 1st, 2000?
Yes.
I request those items be received into evidence, Your Honor. Exhibits 29, 28, and 36.
36 or 32?
32. He said 32 is the bag, and 36, I think, is the...
So give the numbers again for the record.
S28 and S29, Your Honor, we've got the chain of custody. S32, which is the bag containing the box that has the original exhibit number of S248 on it and contains 5 zip drives that don't have an exhibit number on them.
So that's 32.
So it's S32.
X32. All right, they'll be received.
S32.
32, 28, and 29. Okay? I'll use my microphone, I promise.
Now, in addition to those, now you'd also made reference to finding a daily planner, Julie Jensen's daily planner.
Yes.
I show this item that's been marked as S33, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify that.
S33 is an item that we recovered in the Jensen home, and it's on the front of it is JCJ, and this is some of the paperwork and the planner of Julie Jensen.
And where was that recovered from in the residence? Was
In the
that in the bedroom?
Yes, in the desk in the bedroom.
So it wasn't in the den, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Direct your attention to this item that's been marked as S34. Can you identify that, sir?
Yes, I can. S34 is the other paperwork and logs of Julie Jensen that were located in the dresser in the bedroom.
Could you take that out of the bag, please? Now, as you open that up, you can see that is a log that Julie Jensen kept.
Yes. Yes.
Directing your attention to the beginning of that log, what's the earliest date that's reflected in the first date in that log?
3/21 of 1996.
Okay. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to what's designated as page. Direct your attention to what's designated in the upper right-hand corner as page 33 of that exhibit.
Yes.
And there's an entitled, and Julie wrote something at the top there about what that is. What does she indicate that is?
Partial review of past.
And what's the first date listed underneath that?
1/19 of 1992.
And what does it say after 1/19/1992?
Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30, 1/1992. Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30 and 4 p.m.
And it goes on down to the bottom of the page. And then at some point, as you page through there, and you get to the second, I think it's the second or third of the last page of the log, do you see an entry where at the top of the page she indicates adjacent to the date 1/19/98, new tactic? Do you see that?
Do you have a page number, sir?
Well, just keep paging until you run out of the log, and then look for 1/19/98.
Yes, I do.
What page is it?
That is page 46.
And tell us what follows the designation 1/19/98.
1/1998 dash underlined new tactics. Live on the internet. Calls to Mark office asking if he's watching it and when to time in, and then dots.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. reference is up here. Is this one working? I guess not. Now is it working? Okay, now. Directing your attention to the top of the page, that's where the new tactic live on internet
Yes.
calls to Mark's office. And then proceed down to April 13th, 1998. It indicates email ...
Yes.
And then also on April 30th, there's another reference to an email that was received.
Yes.
Now, and this log was found where?
At the Jensen home in the master bedroom, in a chest in the bedroom.
What's the last entry listed on that exhibit?
8/17 of 1998.
Now, in addition to the videotape that was taken of the scene, you also there were also photos taken. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you take the photos, or did somebody else take the photos?
I took some of them, and then some of the other officers took some.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again. And does that photograph accurately depict Julie Jensen in the bed?
Yes, that's Julie Jensen on December 3rd, 1998.
And is that pretty much the condition she was in when you found her, or is there was the cover pulled back, or was it like that when you first found her?
We generally first found her that way. There was intervention by the fire department.
But when you
Is there an exhibit on this photo?
S25. There were, I think, 6 photos in S25, so this would be the first photo in S25. Now, now, let's proceed to the next photograph. So this is the second photograph in S25, and does that photograph reflect, is that how Julie appeared when you arrived at the crime scene taken from the back?
Yes.
And go to the next one. And again, this is after the cover's been pulled back?
Yes.
And that's a photo of Julie from the back.
Yes, that is Julie Jensen.
Next one. Now, this is a crime scene photo of Julie, and this is with the covers pulled back?
Yes, it is.
And that's more of a front side view.
Yes.
And do you know if you took this photo or somebody else took that photo?
Likely Sergeant Hunter took the photo, however, I was there when he took it.
So that photo accurately portrays Julie as she appeared to you when the covers were pulled back from her.
Yes.
And that's exactly how her arm was located.
Yes.
Now, the day after this, on the day after December 3rd, on December 4th, did you attend the autopsy for Julie Jensen?
I did.
By that time, had these photographs been developed?
No, sir.
So you didn't take the photographs with you?
Yes.
And the pathologist in that case was Dr. Chambliss, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Chambliss did not come to that crime scene, did he?
No, he didn't.
So Dr. Chambliss, at the time he conducted the autopsy, had not seen this photograph?
That is correct.
Let's go to the next one. Now, can you tell the jury what this photograph depicts?
This is myself. I was concerned at the crime scene, a couple of things that kind of caught my eye. One being I'm not a pathologist or anything, but I was concerned about any petechia in her eye. And you can see on there, I'm trying to pull back her eyelids so that we could accurately get a photograph of any redness and petechia in her eye. I was also concerned in what was called to my attention is her nose. You can see it's evident when you look over the body and all that her nose is crooked here. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if it was any relevance at the time. However, I wanted to make sure I documented the redness in her eye and the curvature of her nose.
And her face, also, her mouth seems a little bit off.
Yes,
center.
it does.
And
yes.
That's exactly how you found her, and that's what she looked like when you rolled her back from the pillow?
Yes.
Go to the next one then. And tell us what this photograph depicts.
That's a photograph of, I went through all the garbage in the home. There happens to be the bedroom and the garbage there. I took those items, those bowls, and the substance in the blue cup and in the pink bowl, all to the crime lab. I wanted to document that so that we could have an analysis of it.
Now, and tell us what this photograph is.
This photograph is in the Jensen kitchen. There's packages of Paxil. There was some Paxil missing out of the prescription, and the reason for that photograph was to pretty much document the medications and prescriptions that were on scene.
So that photograph depicts that counter as it was when you were taking the photographs. You didn't move any of those items?
That is correct.
And this is simply another shot of the same counter?
Yes.
Now, what does this photograph depict?
This photograph here is of the Jensen den. Underneath that desk was where the CPU was. And then in that briefcase there is Mark Jensen's daily planner that we recovered it inside of his briefcase, and I also obtained that.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is the opposite side of the den where the desk was. Just pretty much overall shot of the house. So you notice that I didn't know what I was exactly looking for, so I took a lot of photographs and video.
Can you tell the jury why it was that you made it a point of taking photographs of these items and examining the medication that Julie was taking?
Well, there was given the information that I know previously before I got to the scene, I was concerned that there was any poisoning or possibly an overdose.
Objection?
I'm sorry.
In terms of objection to the hearsay.
Sustain, why don't you rephrase the question?
Without referencing what anybody else told you, I mean, what was your purpose in examining the medication? Well, first of all, did Mark Jensen talk to you about medication?
He did.
And Mark Jensen told you that Julie was taking medication?
Yes.
So based upon the information that Mark Jensen told you, that was one of the reasons you were looking at medication?
Yes.
But you were also looking for poisoning items?
Yes.
Which is why you took the drains and everything
Yes.
else. Now, one of the items you looked at was the Ambien, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were supposed to be 10 pills,
Yes.
and there were 3 that were missing.
Yes.
When you obtained this medication, or when you observed this medication, did you seize the medication, or was it the medical examiner's office that seized the medication, or do you recall?
I recall that the medical examiner took the Ambien, and I believe I collected the Paxil.
And at the scene, and then when you got the Ambien back to the medical examiner, you confirmed that there were 3 Ambien that were taken,
Correct.
and there were 7 Ambien that were left.
Yes.
Now, after the autopsy in this matter, did you ultimately get an autopsy report?
Yes.
And when you got the autopsy report, it indicated the cause and manner of death were pending or undetermined. Is that true?
Yes.
So, within a matter of several weeks after this incident, you had additional information, but you still didn't have a firm notion as to what was the cause and manner of death in this case.
Correct.
You were still investigating it.
Yes.
At some point, you did get a report back from the state crime lab concerning the contents of the computer. Is that true?
Yes.
And there were references to poisoning searches and things of that sort.
There were.
Objection, hearsay. Move to strike.
Your Honor, we're talking about the content of the computer, and we're just laying the groundwork for what the officer did next. The computer content is coming in through Jason Ruff, probably.
We'll let you ask him what he did next, so go ahead.
So based upon the information that you got from the state crime lab concerning the content of the computer, what was the next thing that you did?
I interviewed Mark Jensen at some point.
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
I'm sorry, when?
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
April 21st, 1999.
And that interview was recorded,
Yes.
video and audio recorded?
Yes.
Now, at some point, there was a problem with one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you went back and you re-recorded that portion.
Yes. I guess a better statement would be we recapped it or re-recorded. Yes.
But the entire, other than that one lapse, the entire recording, the entire interview was video and audio recorded, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's going to take some time to go through, and I see it's 10 minutes to 12. What I'd propose is that we break for lunch now and then come back. And I know that you didn't want to play videos to the jury in the afternoon. I'm going to beg your and the court and the jury's indulgence because we are going to have about 45 minutes or so of interview segments we're going to be playing to the jury this afternoon.
We'll let you play a 45-minute video. 1:15, folks. All right, we're holding a jury. You can take the defendant back. 1:15, we're in recess. Thank you.
On record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The record should reflect the jury is not in the courtroom. With that, which attorney wishes to put something on the record?
That would be me, Your Honor. I will indicate that defense counsel Jeremy Perry and I have been discussing the interview transcript, and the state has told defense counsel which portions of the interview we intend to play, and we've got the transcripts of those intervals also. Now, it's my understanding that defense counsel Jeremy Perry intends to cross-examine Paul Ratzberg about things that were not within those transcript clips. In other words, he wants to cross-examine Detective and Lieutenant Ratzberg about statements that Lieutenant Ratzberg made elsewhere in the interview. And the state's objection is that it's hearsay. And the defense argument is that it becomes relevant because their position is that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to read this entire transcript. And so therefore, Aaron Dillard's statement about what Mark Jensen allegedly told him was informed not by what Mark Jensen told him, but by what Aaron Dillard read in the transcript of the interview. So it's sort of a conditional relevance. The condition precedent is that they need to establish or show that Aaron Dillard read this interview transcript. So I don't have a problem with them being able to cross-examine Detective Ratzberg eventually about the statements that are contained in the interview transcript, assuming they meet that condition precedent. But however, I don't think they can meet that condition precedent. I don't think they will be able to meet that condition precedent. So I don't think they should be allowed to cross-examine Detective Ratzberg about his statements in the interview until they've established that conditional precedent to wit that Aaron Dillard had read or had an opportunity to read this transcript.
What exactly does the defense want to cross this lieutenant about that is objectionable by the state?
It's nothing. I'll be very specific. It's nothing new. This all came in 2008, and the last thing that Mr. Jamboys just said is that to show that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to view this transcript, and we're going to establish in this trial that that there was a transcript. Obviously, there was a transcript of this interview prepared. It's going to come up in mere moments. That transcript was sent to Mark Jensen 4 days before Aaron Dillard got to the Kenosha jail. And what I'm going to be asking this declarant about are statements that he made in it. I'm not going to be asking for Mark Jensen's responses, and it's precisely the information that Aaron Dillard then parrots in terms of claiming that Mark Jensen told him. Now, the state, in its opening statement, said the only way Aaron Dillard could do that is if he heard it from the mouth of Mark Jensen. And we have to have an opportunity to show that there's another way for that statement to have come into Aaron Dillard's possession, and this is that direct way.
But you're not going to ask this witness that this is what Aaron Dillard said? Yeah.
I'm not going to ask him what Aaron Dillard said. I'm going to ask him a handful of statements that he made to Mark Jensen in the interrogation. I'm not going to ask for Mark Jensen's responses. That's it.
I think he can ask what he said.
Here's the problem, Your Honor. First of all, I certainly agree that he can cross-examine Paul Ratzberg, and cross-examination in the state of Wisconsin is wide open. He's not restricted to what I ask about on direct. However, in order for him to cross-examine, he's got to cross-examine him on a relevant proposition. It's got to be something that's relevant. The fact that Detective Ratzberg, for example, at some point was talking about asphyxiation, which I think he was in the course of this interview, that's not relevant unless they can show that it's relevant. And their argument for relevance is that Aaron Dillard saw that or read that. But they can't show that Aaron Dillard read that or saw that. And it is true this came out in the last trial. But I've had an opportunity to read the entire transcript of the last trial, and there was simply no evidence that Aaron Dillard ever saw this interview transcript. None. So in order for it to become relevant, they'd have to ask the jury to speculate that Aaron Dillard read this portion or read this interview transcript. There's simply no evidence in the record of the last trial that Aaron Dillard ever saw this. And Aaron Dillard will categorically deny that he saw this. No, I acknowledge Aaron Dillard. They're going to challenge his credibility, and rightfully so. There's a lot of questions about his credibility. But he's denied that he ever saw it, and they don't have any evidence that he ever did. Now, if they want to put Mark Jensen on the stand, Mark Jensen can testify that, yeah, I showed this to Aaron Dillard. Then they'd have some evidence that Aaron Dillard read this. But right now, and at the last trial, they never presented evidence that Aaron Dillard ever read this transcript. That's my objection is that the cross-examination on what the detective said elsewhere in the interview is not relevant.
Well, one thing I want to be clear, the defendant does not have to testify. We're not going to get into that. He has an absolute right not to testify.
Oh, I agree. And I certainly didn't, that's why I certainly wasn't going to say this in front of the jury. I'm just saying that the only evidence that they could present that would show that Aaron Dillard actually read this transcript is if it was Mark Jensen, because there were only two people in the cell at the time when Aaron Dillard was reading the stuff. Aaron Dillard will testify as to what he was reading, and he'll testify he was reading the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture hearing.
Well, let me ask this question. You said, I thought you were going to play the whole interview.
No, that would be over 4 hours.
All right. So you're going to play 45 minutes of it?
Yes,
right?
we're just going to play. There's a variety of sections of it that we're going to play.
So I'll go back to the defense. Exactly what are you going to ask this lieutenant? Is it about statements he made outside of the interview?
No, outside of the 45 minutes that are going to be played, but part of the interview. I mean, I'll just tell you, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 statements that he made.
Give me the 5 statements as an offer of proof.
Okay.
By the way, Your Honor, for the record, the state will stipulate that he made those statements. We've got them on video. And
I think they still have the right, even if you stipulate, they still have the right to ask the question.
They don't have the right to ask the question unless it's relevant, and they've got to show its relevance first.
I'd say this. The state made this relevant in their opening statement by saying that Aaron Dillard, there's no other place he could have gotten this information. And we will show, and we'll have to show, otherwise we won't have an argument, a closing argument on this. We'll have to show that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to get this information from someone other than Mark Jensen.
I'm gonna let it in, just to be safe. I've been tough on the defense for relevance, and I think last time I said it goes to the weight, and if it's 5 questions, what this witness said in the interview, I think it's an appropriate area to get into. So let's bring the jury back, and we will continue.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, we're back on the record again on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Jury's back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back on time. Again, we had a short delay. We had to do some work here. We were actually working, so I want you to know that. So the witness is still under oath, and I believe, Mr. Jambo, you're going to play a video.
Well, I will very shortly, but there are some additional questions.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, ask your other question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to address you as by your title upon retirement, Detective Lieutenant Ratsberg. Sometime after the autopsy, you did get information back from the State Crime Lab concerning the content of the computer that you'd seized from Mark Jensen's residence. Is that true?
Yes.
And so there was some of the information that was on there related to email communications between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte.
Yes.
And what kind of inference or what kind of suspicions developed in your mind after reading those emails?
Well, they seem to be having a romantic affair and seem to have a personal relationship.
And in a case where one spouse is suspected of murdering the other, the fact that the suspect's spouse has a girlfriend prior to and at the time of the homicide, that's relevant information.
It can be very suspicious.
So did you at some point decide then to go talk to Mark Jensen about this information?
Yes.
Now, when you went to talk to Mark Jensen, you didn't initially tell him all this additional information that you had, did you?
I did not.
And that's a common thing when you're going to interview a person who's suspected of a crime?
Yes.
You want to have more information in your mind than they think that you have.
Yes.
And furthermore, just to explain this to the jury, can you tell us about some of the kind of techniques that a law enforcement officer may use, or techniques that you did employ in this interview with Mark Jensen?
Well, when I interviewed Mark Jensen, I did a couple of things. One, I was expecting him to lie to me because he was denying any of the pornographic photos being left around the house. In fact, I did chit-chat with him about it, and he had that. So after 5 years of telling the police department that, no, he knew nothing about it, and then to come in that day and say, yes, I did it, I didn't find that to be obvious that that'll happen. So some of the decisions I made, one was to play good cop, bad cop, and I also lied to him during the interview. I told him certain things, and one in particular was information that came back from the crime lab. And that's commonly done and is part of our training in law enforcement, that we can lie to suspects trying to get the truth and what it is. And sometimes we play good cop, bad cop. And all that is designed to have the suspect or the person you're interviewing or questioning to tell the truth. And
now, at some point, for example, in this interview, you had confronted Mark Jensen, and you told him that you'd sent some of these photographs that had been left around the residence in the years preceding Julie's death, that you had sent that to the State Crime Lab, and they compared handwriting on that to his handwriting, and they'd concluded it was a match. You told him that, correct?
Yes, I did.
But that's false. I mean, the State Crime Lab had never done such an analysis, had they?
That is true. No, they did not.
So you lied to you lied to Mark Jensen about these the handwriting, these photographs, in order to elicit information from Mark Jensen.
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to play some of these interview clips now to you and ask you. I'm going to play a clip and then I'm going to ask you about it. Okay?
Thank you.
Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil is going to play it. She's off her computer. This is State's Exhibit 26, Your Honor, the first clip.
Thank you.
I do notice some of these on here, they'll have your name on it. Emails? Okay. From, find one here, you probably saw it when you come through here. These here. Yeah. Is there a date on these? From 10 to 12, 98, okay. Which is about a month before. Who's Kelly Now that's you emailing her, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Who's
Actually,
Kelly?
I think this was stuff off of. Well, it was actually at Steeple.
Who?
This is all work stuff that I was accessing.
Oh, well, I'm gonna pay your photo man, that's right.
There's, actually, she is my boss's secretary.
Oh, so she's in Racine then?
No, she's in St. Louis.
Okay. Is she a friend of yours? You
Yeah.
known her?
No, since I've done that. And she's my boss's assistant.
Okay. And I guess what, this is all work related here? It didn't seem work related, Mark, to be honest with you. Can you think of a couple different, I'm trying to find some more here. So, here's some here. Like here's the Kelly, and this is back September 4th. Don't want to work, I just want to beat on my drums all day.
Yeah, my drums all day.
What does that mean? You got a set of drums?
Song, no, it's an old song.
Okay.
It's just about, the market being weird and stuff like that.
Okay, but these are emails that you sent to her, or she sent to you, not from Julie, or anything like that. These are actual.
Right.
Okay, because when we were talking earlier, you said you didn't notice anything here, and maybe you skimmed over these here. Here's some other ones here. This is back September 4th, and all again like that. Those are all emails that you guys can confer back and forth on.
Yeah.
This one here is a repeat on it. There was one in there that
When things get slow, we just get a ton of emails. They come from all over the company.
How did this end up on your home computer? I guess that's where you're losing me. I don't understand.
Probably a one-night access to that because.
You could have called up from your computer, you could have called up to Racine and then downloaded this to your computer?
It was actually out of St. Louis, so you could get email out there. They since changed the system, and you can't get in there anymore. But there was a time when I could. If I was out in the afternoon, you needed to check your email or something like that. You could do that from home.
Okay.
And that was, they shut down that part of the system. They had problems with it.
Okay. So actually you were at home then, like let's say here on, I can't see that, but you got September 4th, 1998 at 1:26 p.m. You were home, and then you called up this stuff, work with me here, and these were the messages that you guys exchanged.
Yeah, it would have been something from. When you email somebody and they email back, it kind of keeps it, you get like this long thing going, the response to it. And
This one here, if I'm curious, on Friday, September 4th, don't want to work, I just want to beat on my drums all day, hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. Now this is a message from you to Kelly. If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Was Kelly a girlfriend of yours, or?
no, just a friend. She was, what's got my cake?
Okay. Now, there was a transcript made of that recording. Is that true?
Yes.
And you've compared the transcript to the original?
Yes.
And the transcript is a true and accurate rendition of what was said?
Yes.
And I have to say the sound quality on that was not the best. The sound quality, apparently not the sound quality here either, but the sound quality there was not the best, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, what was the transcript? 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 What I'm going to ask you to take a look at the screen. Now, is that big enough for you to see that? Or I suppose I could make it a little bit bigger here. Let's see. Can I move this over somehow? From where you're at?
Yes, I can.
So the first question is, you're talking to about these emails that you found on the from the state crime lab sent back to you, correct?
Yes,
These were on Mark Jensen's home computer,
yes,
and you're getting to this issue about whether or not Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte are having a sexual relationship at around the time of Julie's death, correct?
yes,
So you posed the question. I do notice some of these on here, though, have your name on it, emails. Answer, okay. That's what you asked him, and that's what he said?
yes,
And then you asked let me find one here. You probably saw it when you thumbed through here. Answer, yeah. Question, these here, is there a date on these? 10/12. Question, 12/98, okay. Which was about a month before, yeah. Who's Kelly? That's you emailing her, I'm assuming? Answer, yeah. Question, who's Kelly? Actually, I think this was stuff off of, it was actually at Stifle. So instead of telling you who's Kelly, he's redirecting and talking about, I think this was stuff at Stifle, correct?
yes,
And then you ask who, and answer is, this was all work stuff that I was accessing. And you reply, oh, you're over my head here, and laughter. And then he finally answers the question. Actually, she is my boss's secretary, correct?
yes,
And you ask, oh, so she's in Racine now? Answer, no, she's in St. Louis. Okay, is she a friend of yours? Answer, yes. Question, you've known her? Answer, well, since I've been there, and she is my boss's assistant. So again, he's trying to make it sound as though this is just work-related. Kelly Labonte, I mean, yeah, just a...
Judge, I do object to the state's characterization of just interpreting these things instead of just asking the question.
Why don't you rephrase it and ask questions, Mr. Giambo?
So your purpose at that time was to ask him about his relationship with Kelly Labonte, correct?
yes,
And he's just telling you all kinds of things about Kelly Labonte, except that she's his girlfriend. Right?
yes,
So you ask a question. Now, and I guess this is all work-related here. It didn't seem work-related, Mark, to be honest with you. Can you think of a couple of different, I'm trying to find some more here. So here's some here. Here's Kelly, and that's September 4th. Question, I don't want to work. I just want to beat on my drums all day. Answer, beat on my drums all day. Question, what does that mean? You got a set of drums? Answer, that's an old song. No, it's an old song. Q, okay. Answer, just about, the market being weird and stuff like that. Question, okay, but these are emails that you sent to her or she sent to you, not from Julie or anything like that. These are actual, answer, right. Because when we were talking earlier, you said you didn't notice anything here, and maybe you just skimmed over these here. Here's some other ones here. This is back September 4th. And all again like that. Those are all emails that you guys conferred back and forth on. Answer, yeah. Question so like this one here is a repeat on it. There was one there. Answer, when things get slow, we just get a ton of emails. Okay. How did this? Answer, they're from all over the country. Question, how did this end up on your home computer? I guess that's where you're losing me. I don't understand. Answer, I probably one night accessed that because... Question, you could have called this up from your computer, or you would have called up to Racine and downloaded this to your computer? Answer, it was actually out of St. Louis. You could get email out there. They suddenly changed the system, and you can't get in there anymore. But there was a time when I could, you know, if I was out in the afternoon and we had, if you needed to check your email or something like that, you could do that from home. Answer, okay. Answer, and that was, you know, they shut down that part of the system because we were having problems with it. Question, okay, so actually, you were at home then. Like, let's say here on, I can't see that far, but you got September 4th, 1998 at 1:26 p.m. You were at home, and then you called up this stuff, work with me here. These were the messages that you guys exchanged? Answer, yeah, it would have been something from, oh, how does email work? When you email somebody and then they email back, it kind of keeps it, and you get like this long thing going, and then response to that, and question, this one here on Friday, September 14th, don't want to work. I just want to beat on my drums all day. Hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. This is a message from you to Kelly. Answer, If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Answer, Was Kelly a girlfriend of yours, or answer, no, just a friend? So on April 21st, 1999, when you raised this issue about Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen told you she was just a friend.
Correct.
I'm going to play the second clip.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that maybe this Kelly Labonte was, Julie had an affair before, and I thought maybe you two would be having an affair here, with Kelly, or maybe are you seeing her now, Kelly, at all?
No, now I have.
Okay.
Now I have.
So she's your girlfriend now, or at least somebody you're dating?
Friends
Would that
are.
be a fair statement of dating, or what do you
I guess
think?
you would call it maybe a date, dating, but even that, she's a friend, we hang around together, but,
Well, when you say friend, was she a friend like that? She's a friend now,
No.
somebody that you date right now,
yeah.
right?
Now I would, back then, no.
Okay.
No, that was not, no, I understand where you're going, no, at that point in time.
So before Julie's death, you didn't have any type of, you had limited contact with her.
Right.
Now, since her death, what's transpired?
Went down to St. Louis a couple times, saw her, she came up a couple times.
So you guys are dating or seeing each other at this point?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but not beforehand?
No, the times we I could see her would be just business functions when I'd go around St. Louis for a meeting, like in November.
Did you call Julie from St. Louis the one time you were telling me?
Exactly.
And that you couldn't get a hold of her or something like that?
This is how it opens up with other people, because they'd be somewhere on a business meeting trying to get Julie. And I'd be late to the meeting the next morning to go to half the night on the phone, and you start talking to people about it, and see what happened last night. It's support group. Friends in the office and things like that.
So you knew Kelly beforehand, and since Julie's death, you guys have dated and gone out. That's a fair statement?
Yeah, I guess fair statement. Maybe, well, it's like the kids, maybe kind of give every day, maybe sometime you guys will start dating. Because we really haven't gone out, It's more just hang around and kids are there.
So you're trying to, I guess,
I'm not trying.
I'm trying to, Mark, trying to hit the nail on the head here. What type of, you guys are dating as a man and a woman would, maybe kissing or having sex? I don't want to pry big heavy here,
Yeah.
but are you having to that extent, or is it just, hey, we're stopping at a bar and having a drink?
It's more than stopping at the bar.
Okay.
So the big question is
So you guys aren't necessarily lovers, but,
No.
and I'll be honest with you, I find that just a little hard to believe. If you go stay overnight in St. Louis with her, and you're dating her, I'm assuming she's single, I don't know. I'm assuming that or divorced or something like that. It would be hard to believe if you've seen her as often as you said you were, that there isn't something a little bit more.
Okay.
You know, that, you know, you're sleeping together, I think that would be a reasonable assumption. I know, I was,
understand.
I would be, I'll be honest, you know, and I don't know, maybe you are, or maybe you're not. I just,
Okay, yeah, I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Okay.
Prior to everything, prior to January, we had not, we were just friends. Good friends, I mean, more of an acquaintance. I maybe saw her 3-4 times during that period of time. We were friends during 88, last year.
you mean 98?
98, that's
Okay,
right.
okay.
And went down there in April, the office opened in June, Appleton opened somewhere in October, but every couple months. More than it was mostly on the phone when I was talking to.
Before December?
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
And you met with her 3 times?
I didn't see her 3 times
Yeah.
because the office opened, but we, you know, we were never alone because it was always business situations.
After Julie's death, that's
sometime.
turning into more of a serious relationship then. Would that be a fair statement?
I guess so. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to do is quantify serious.
Yeah.
I'm 40, got 2 kids. She's like 31.
No kids?
No kids. I think I'm done. Where's she going? I don't know. Yeah. That's it.
But your relationship's a lot more serious than it was before December.
Exactly.
And I would assume that you're spending the night down there with her, and she's coming up here and spending the night with you here in Kenosha or Pleasant Prairie, whatever.
Right.
So you have an emotional, if not a sexual, you have a sexual relationship with her then?
Yeah.
That would be a fair statement?
Yeah.
Or true statement, I should say.
We've had on there since then.
Okay.
But there was nothing like that
Prior to. Okay. So how long did you know her before that?
From April.
And then when you moved, switched companies?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. And again, I mean, talk to, the one that stands out here because it's on here is Kelly, but there were others too. Not others from the standpoint of, but other girls, he had emails and banters like that, was because.
I didn't see any other ones there. I don't know what I see here, so Kelly.
Okay.
Are there some other ones that you communicated with?
Well, it'd be like Dawn Cooper or Crystal Nance. I mean, yeah, but they're all.
But they're not.
Yeah, you get a little.
So obviously, you and Kelly had a little bit more back here than the other women that you communicated with, because I don't see any of them on here. Well, this one here is, feel free, it's 10/12/98. I don't see, I looked through all the computer, and Kelly's the only ones that you downloaded here.
Okay.
I don't see the other girls that you mentioned. Who were they again?
Crystal Nance and Dawn Cooper.
I haven't, again, we're more than free to look here.
Okay.
But I haven't, because I've been through this at least once, and those were the only ones that I saw.
It'd be the same kind of stuff. I mean, just be, it's nothing, it didn't reference specific work issues with the office.
And these weren't work issues here.
Right.
These were more kind of,
It's a little banter going back and forth about.
right, some trivia, as you have it marked here, trivia questions and all that stuff that comes back on here.
Yeah, like the company emails, exactly.
Yeah.
You get these little emails that just are fun.
And this is more social than it is.
Exactly. That's all it is. You get a
Professional.
point from person to person with jokes of the day and things like that, and they get passed around the company. And
one thing too I wanted to cover, and I forgot to mention it too before, was when I went, these are all the reports that are, since '92, and I noticed in Julie's diary here too, she was keeping notes on what was going on.
phone calls and that.
Right, writing up photos and all that stuff. And Officer Cosman primarily investigated this. I investigated it probably about 2 years ago, where I made contact with Perry. And because Julie was consistently complaining. And we eliminated Perry completely as doing any of that stuff at your home. What also Officer Cosman did,
I remember her mentioning
in fact, he was out in New York at the time.
Okay.
She said you had some photos appear at your house.
Okay. Now, Lieutenant Detective Ratsberg, the audio was clear on that, so I'm not going to go through line by line. But you start off by indicating, I was kind of thinking that maybe this Kelly Labonte was, Julie had an affair before, and I thought maybe you two would be having an affair if you're, with Kelly, or maybe you're seeing her now. Kelly, are you seeing her now, Kelly, at all? No, now I have. Now I have. Question, so she's your girlfriend now, or at least somebody you're dating? Again, he's not coming out and saying that. He's saying, answer, a friend, or question, would that be a fair statement of dating, or what do you mean? Answer, I guess you could call it maybe a dating, but she's a friend. We hang around together. That's about it. Okay, well, when you say friend, was she a friend like that? She's a friend now? Answer, no. Or somebody to date right now, right? Answer, now I would, but back then, no. Question, okay. Answer, no, that was not, and no, I understand where you're going, and no, at that point in time, it was. It's further on. No, that was not, and no, I understand where you're going, and no, at that point in time, it was. Question, okay, so before Julie's death, you didn't have any you had limited contact with her? Answer, right. Question, now since her death, what's transpired? Answer, well, let's see. What's the time frame here? Went down to St. Louis a couple times, saw her, she came up a couple times. Question, so you guys are dating or seeing each other at this point? Answer, yeah, exactly. Question, okay, but not beforehand? Answer, no. The times we got to, I'd see her would be just business functions when I go down to St. Louis for a meeting. Question, Answer, like in November. Question, Did you call Julie from St. Louis the one time you were telling me? Answer, exactly. And that you couldn't get a hold of her or something like that? Answer, this is how all this opened up about our people, because I'd be eating somewhere in a business meeting trying to get Julie. Question, And I would be late to the meeting the next morning because I was up half the night. Question, on the phone. And you start talking to people about it, and look what happened last night, it's a support group, friends in the office and things like that. Question, so you knew Kelly beforehand, and since Julie's death, you guys have dated and been going out. That's a fair statement? Fair statement? Yeah, I guess it's a fair statement. Maybe, it's like the kids, David made a comment the other day and said, maybe sometime you guys will start dating. Question, yeah. Answer, we really haven't gone out, It's more just hanging around. The kids are there, and it's question. So you're kind of, and I'm not trying, answer, question. Mark, hit the nail on the head here. What type of, you guys are dating as a man and woman would, maybe kissing or having sex, I don't want to pry being heavy here, but are you heavy to that extent, or is it just, hey, we're stopping at a bar and having a drink? Answer, it's more like stopping at the bar, but the big question is where? Question, so you guys aren't necessarily lovers? Answer, no. Question, and I'll be honest with you, I find that just a little hard to believe. If you guys stay overnight in St. Louis with her and you're dating her, I'm assuming she's single. I don't know, either that or divorced or something like that. Answer, divorced. Question, It would be hard to believe if you've seen her as often as you said you were that there isn't something a little bit more. Answer, but if, question, that you're sleeping together. I think that would be a reasonable assumption. Answer, right. Question, I know I would be. Answer, I understand. Question, I'll be honest, and I don't know. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Answer, well, not okay. To be perfectly honest with all that. Question, okay. Answer, prior to everything, prior to January, we were just friends. Question, Answer, good friends, but friends. I mean, it was more of an acquaintance. I saw her maybe 3 or 4 times. Question, During that period of time when we were friends, it would be 88, sick last year. You mean 98? Answer, 98. I'm sorry. Okay. I went down there in April and the office opened in June. Appleton opened somewhere in October. But every couple months, more than, it was mostly on the phone, I was talking to, question, before December. Answer, right, exactly. You met with her 3 times. Answer, I'd seen her 3 times since the office opened, but we were never alone because it was always business situations. Question, okay. Answer, after Julie's death? After Julie's death sometime. Question, it started to be more of a serious relationship then? Would that be a fair statement? I guess so. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to do is quantify serious. Question, yeah. Answer, I'm 40, got 2 kids. She's like 31. Question, no kids. No kids. Answer, no kids. I think I'm done. And where's she going? I don't know, and that's a question. But your relationship is a lot more serious than it was before December. Answer, exactly. Question, and I assume you're spending, I'd assume that you're spending the night down there with her and she's coming up here and spending the night with you in Kenosha or Pleasant Prairie. Whatever. Answer, right. So you have an emotional, if not a sexual, you have a sexual relationship with her then? Answer, yeah. Question, that would be a fair statement? Yeah, we've gone, question, or a true statement, I should say. True statement, we've gone there since then. Okay, but there was nothing like that prior to. Prior to, no. Prior to, no. So how long did you know her before that? Oh, from April. So during the second part of the interview, he was starting to open up a little bit about Kelly, but still dramatically understating, in fact, misrepresenting the nature of their relationship.
Yes.
I didn't hear what?
He was starting to open up a little bit about Kelly,
But still understating or actually misrepresenting the nature of the relationship.
Yes.
In terms of me doing all the photos, yes.
Yes, what?
Yeah, I mean, if they're wrong, then I was leaving the photos out there.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me. I might have, and I don't recall this was the only way if it was writing on it, maybe I embellished it at one point. But, yeah. I can't specifically recall writing anything on it, but I think I can on one occasion, but I can't recall what it would be. Yeah, it was right.
The photo that you wrote on then, is that the one you gave to Julie? And
Might have been, usually it was a bunch of them at one time.
what did you write on the photo?
Oh, I can't recall. I mean, I just remember
But
doing something like that or something like that.
did you tell Julie you wrote on the photo?
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, I did 3, 4, 5 of them, and that's correct.
So what you basically
But
saying?
I think that was way back, like the very beginning of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was.
Well, this is kind of, if I recall, and again, I can mud through the reports here, but I recall that it was kind of about midway, because this was going on for a little while, and we pretty much, and I said to Julie, basically, shit or get off the pot.
Yeah.
We'll be happy to look into this for you.
Possible.
We don't want somebody prowling around your house and all this and that. And the areas that they got into the house, at least according to Julie, you guys could not figure out how this person got in there.
Right.
And we absolutely ruled out Perry.
Okay.
Perry did not do it. There was nobody else that would have a motive to do that, with the exception of you, okay? Because you were pissed off about the affair, forth and so on. So, I mean, we have all this, and for you to sit here today and tell me it wasn't me, I find very hard to believe, Mark, I'll be honest with you. Okay, I do. And it really doesn't matter if you did or not. I mean, Julie's passed on, it's not a big issue, but when I go back and I look through some of this stuff, and I see all what's happening here, and, you know, I've been real nice to you. I treated you, and I felt sorry for you, and you got a couple kids and all that stuff. And I'm just trying to wade through this because I just want to make clear in my mind what all occurred here, because later on when I have somebody else ask me, I mean, I'm the police detective assigned to this case. I mean, I can't sit here and say, I don't know, okay? And then for you to come in here and basically lie to me, saying that you didn't leave around the photos when we know for sure it was your handwriting, which you admitted to, which was handwriting on your photograph, and it wasn't Perry. I don't know who else would have any type of motive to do that. You obviously are well-educated, well-versed, and you can use a computer, and the pictures appear to be at the crime lab, but they were somehow, and this is over my head too a little bit, is superimposed on there. And so I don't know who else would have left them photos around besides you. And it doesn't matter here. No, I guess what matters a little bit to me, and I feel a little hurt here, is that, you know, I'm trying to help you out here, and, you know, trying to look through this with you, let you know what's going on, what we have here, and you're not being 100% with me.
No, I'm trying to...
You know, and I just want you to cooperate with me so we can get down to the bottom. Now, you left the photos around there, right? Am I right on that? Can you give me that? Did you leave some of them there?
There were times when I get stuff in the mail. I wouldn't give it to her initially because it would cause a great deal of upset, and that wasn't helping us. There were times I just threw them away when I got them, but I mean, in terms of having the photos,
Did you leave them around the house?
No. No, I did not. I mean, absolutely not. I mean, but there were times when I would just throw them away, when I would take them someplace, like in the garage for a while, and then bring them home. So she knew what was going on.
I guess, so that I'm clear here, I don't understand.
In terms of...
You would get a photograph in the mail with her in it, showing her with a man's penis.
Yeah, and that was the stuff that was very early on. I got that in the mail at the office.
Okay.
In the mail.
Okay.
And I remember one of the girls, this was way, way back, coming in with an envelope full of pictures. My secretary going, don't even want to know what that envelope was.
And then with Julie's picture on it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do with the photograph from work?
That was all very early on, and that was given to her. And I gave it to Julie. Okay. At one point, there was a whole garbage bag of stuff that had been accumulated. She had found stuff around the house, too.
But the photograph,
in terms of me, I don't know. I mean, I didn't have the pictures to do anything with. I mean, they'd be there. She found them. She did find them. They were left around the house. I thought if she would find them in the shed, things like that.
And you put them there in the shed for her to find?
No, I would give them to her. I never put them around the house for her to find them. If I got them in the mail, I mean, I know I didn't give her everything right away. Some of it I just threw away. I understand what you're saying. I might have, if I was back, if I got this. This was over a period of, what, 92 to 97, 5 years.
I guess what, and again, when I'm talking to you here, it seems like you're all skirting the outsides here, okay? I can't get a kind of a straight answer from you on this here, Mark, okay? That's why I end up having 100 more questions.
I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, but and I'm just trying to nail the hammer on the head here with a nail, okay? Just trying to get right to the point here. You're telling me in a roundabout way that you get these photographs with Julie sucking a man's penis at work, okay? You would bring that photograph home and leave it around for her to find, or you would show it to her. Now, before you said you would leave it around for her to find, so you were leaving some of the photographs around the house. I mean, you just told me earlier you did. Now you're saying to me you did.
I'm sorry, it's also a blessing. Over 5 years of time.
I know, I understand that, but, I mean, I just kind of want to get through this, Mark, and I'll be honest with you, we can get through this, because it's a curiosity I guess I have to satisfy in my own mind, because anybody looks through here to see, this is all of them here. I mean, we got, 96, 93, all of them from here. Julie and Mark Jensen, Perry, here's that one, back in 93. And I was always under the opinion that you were leaving the photographs around the house. Was always under that opinion, okay? The crime lab says this. The only one that seemed not to believe it was Julie. She's now passed on. I understand, and I sit here today and I'm saying to myself, why would Mark lie to me about this when it really, number one, doesn't matter, and number two, you left the pictures around the house. I mean, there's no question about that in my mind. And you come into it saying, well, yeah, I did some, but I didn't do all of them, and all that. Let's hit the nail on the head here and move on. Let's put this issue down. It's not like you did anything wrong, okay? It's just
I understand, but
some record things that we got to keep track of here. So tell me straight, Mark.
I don't know where the pictures came from. They were left in the truck. Maybe left in the mailbox. I'm sure at times were times when I did something with the pictures I may have written down. We're talking about a 5-year period of time I can't specifically remember. There were times I threw them away. There were times I There was a time I put some in the shed. I was picking them back in the shed. I seem to recall something like that. Specifically doing that, I can't remember it. It's there. There's times that me and embellished the pictures, writing on there or something like that.
So for the most part, you left the photos around the house for her to find or for you to find when you in fact got them at work, but you said you found them in the work shed?
Exactly.
Okay.
I did a stack of them. I accumulated because, it was very upsetting to her. Whenever it came to the forefront, our relationship suffered for it.
So at
I mean,
one point,
every-
you were telling her that, well, this is you and Perry doing it, when in fact you didn't know that for sure, that it was just...
It was a picture that got any better than anybody.
Of how all the pictures that you had there that you left around the house, how many did you leave around the house? There were quite a few pictures that you left.
There were, I can't even begin to quantify.
More than 10, less than 10? I think it's probably more than 10.
Oh, it's definitely more than 10.
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely more than 10. Now, but again, when I would do that, I'd get this stuff, we were trying to hang on to it from an evidence standpoint.
Well, she turned the majority of them over to Officer Cosman.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And at that point, reading through these reports, it was that you guys suspected Perry did it, but in fact you were doing it. That was pretty much along the lines of our suspicion. And I find it hard to believe that I'm sitting here today talking about it. And again, we're talking 5-6 years ago, that you left the majority of them pictures around the house? One, you said you found them, when in fact, you really didn't, you had them from work or wherever.
Or in the truck or whatever, or I find them around the house, because I did.
Okay.
I mean, I did find them around the house, but it was a question of showing them to her. I mean,
And you ended up showing the majority of them to her.
exactly, yeah.
Although they,
Well, when
go ahead, please.
how many times do you have to see pictures like that and get reminded of it before you just, you kind of go, man, it's not with it. It's so old, you put it away. I put them away, and then something would happen, and I get pissed off, and I pull them out and say, I found it in the shed.
When in fact you had.
I had, I mean, they accumulate them for weeks.
Now, why would somebody send them to you in the mail? I don't understand that. I mean, we cleared Perry of doing it, okay? We went and talked to them and all that. Now, if they were sent to you at work, there would have to be a mailing. I mean, this is the first, reading through these reports, this is a little bit different than what the police reports have to say here, is pretty much police reports say that you found the photos all over the house when we know now that you didn't. If they mailed them to your office, who was mailing to them? There has to be a return mail on there. I mean, if we would have known that at the time, we could have, right, postmark. We could have done a lot more with it at that time, but you didn't tell us about that. Am I right, or did I miss something?
No, the ones who were mailed to the office were early on in the first year or two. That was when I was in probation in Milwaukee. That was when I got stuff in the mail. That, I can't recall what type of time frame that was. But it's not, there was stuff left around the house. I mean,
So somebody, what you're saying is some of the stuff you left, go ahead, please, you can explain better than I
some
can.
of the stuff I would accumulate. And then I'd say I found it in the shed. And it'd be a way of giving it to her without saying, I've been hanging on to this stuff. I mean, basically. And, I mean, but in terms of, I was back coming up with the stuff. I mean, the calls to the same traffic, the phone calls, I know Julie told me that at one point, everyone thought I was making a phone call. And you have to be sitting on a couch in the living room together, and the phone would ring. I mean, you couldn't possibly, I'm sitting there with her, so she knew it wasn't me. There's times with the pictures, I know.
So you misled her, which in turn misled the police.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a malicious standpoint, it was,
You were pissed off at
I
her.
was pissed off at her.
And you were pissed off about that relationship which she had with Perry.
Right.
Her statement.
Because our relationship was never really quite the same. Well, she was never quite the same. I mean, she changed after that point, and I don't know.
Mark, just, as we're going through this, just be straight with me.
Okay. I'm trying to be, but it's not all black and white.
So in that exchange, you were trying to get Mr. Jensen to acknowledge his participation in this long-term, years-long harassment of Julie.
Yes,
And he did own up to some of it,
yes,
but he didn't own up to all of it.
correct,
He was still denying that he was the source of these photos.
yes,
And he indicated at that time that he'd received some of them in the mail at the office, correct?
yes,
And you talked to people at his office, right?
I did.
And none of them ever saw any photos like that in the mail.
That is correct, yes,
And you learned that in these stockbrokers' offices, the stockbrokers are not allowed to open their own mail. Is that true?
including personal mail, yes,
At a stockbroker's office, all of the mail is opened by a single person at the front of the office, correct?
correct,
And you interviewed those people.
I did.
And nobody ever received any photos like that in the mail.
They did not.
Now, we're going to go to the next interview segment. So that was 3, line 15. And what portion did you want read? Call posing Tim the following question. I'm directing court and counsel's attention to page 55, lines 12 through 17. Do you recall being posing the following question and getting the following answer? Question: you didn't make them? Answer: I did not make them. I received them. I mean, I did. This is the reason. I mean, that's the way I found out about the whole thing, was I got actual photographs. And then question, line 16. Okay, in the mail. Answer: in the mail from them at the office. And you recall posing those questions and receiving those answers also in this interview?
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct you to the next clip.
You didn't make them. I did not make them. I received them. I mean, I did. This is the reason, and that's the way I found out about the whole thing. When I got actual photographs.
Okay, in the mail.
Yeah. From them.
But you know, to find
And that was a repeat of what I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that I had the pictures of them and just put them on a copy machine constantly? Because, you know, I don't know.
you know more about it than I do. You were
I mean,
I like to go by with what I read here.
Well, I can tell you, I did not do that. I mean, I was not taking the pictures, copying them, printing them, whatever, and dribbling them out for 5 years. I mean, that was...
But you were dribbling some of them out.
It'd be over a period of what I'm talking about in that standpoint. It was accumulating for maybe a period of weeks, a month, maybe 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd end up with a little pile of them. And we were trying to keep this stuff from an evidence standpoint. Otherwise, I had no reason to keep it. It was just kind of thrown in garbage. But yeah, I did piss off, and then I'd say, I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you, but it was a question of you didn't. I received the stuff. I accumulated it.
I think so, because I didn't hear it. And also because the sound quality was not the greatest on that. So this... It's getting warm in here, huh?
Flag for January 18th, 2023. It's very warm.
And it's even warmer inside the courtroom than it is outside the courtroom. Okay, so directing your attention to the screen, the answer was, do you think that I had the pictures of them and just, question, I don't know, Mark, put them on a copy machine constantly because, you know, question, I don't know. You know more about it than I do. You were there. I can only go by what I read here. Paul, let me tell you, I didn't do that. I mean, I was not taking the pictures, copying them, printing them, whatever, and dribbling them out over 5 years. I mean, that was question, but you were dribbling some of them out. Answer, it'd be over a period, And what I'm talking about from that standpoint, it was accumulating them for maybe a period of weeks or a month, maybe 2 months. Question, answer. And you'd end up with a little pile of them. Question, answer. And we were trying to keep this stuff from an evidence standpoint. Otherwise, I have no reason to keep it. It would have just been thrown in the garbage. Question, yeah. Answer. But yeah, I'd get pissed off, and then I'd say I found them. I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you, but it was a question of, did I receive this stuff? I'd accumulate it. Now we're going to go to the next transcript, clip 6.
We have a rocky marriage, you know, and I'm not sure whether to believe you here or not, because you kind of misled me here on some of this other stuff. You talk a lot and you don't say anything, you know? And I wish you'd just come out. Now, if something happened with Julie the day of the 3rd, I'm willing to work with you here. I mean, I've taken very patient, been very calm here with you, with your family, your case, and all that stuff. And we need to come up with some type of explanation here, and you're the only one that can provide that explanation. Did you guys have an argument? Were you guys playing around? I don't know what happened. You know,
She couldn't get out of bed that morning. I mean, I need to have her come to that. You can ask David about Mom's condition that morning. She couldn't get out of bed. She wanted to stay home because Mom was sick. We did nothing. You know, there was a little sexual thing going on that morning. There was nothing happening. She was in bed asleep.
Did you get mad at her or something? Were you pissed off? I mean, you got mad at her before and you used the photographs around the house. You know? I mean, did you get mad this time and, you know, Julie, damn it, wake up or something?
No, Paul, what the photographs I'm talking about is we have a little argument about something and I bring out the pictures that had been accumulated.
Now, directing your attention to the screen, and we're talking about maybe 2/3 of the way down on page 70, it's line 18 through line 25. At this point, you're raising the question what happened on the morning of December 3rd. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct.
The morning of Julie's death.
That is correct.
And you pose the question, okay, we have a rocky marriage, you know, and I'm not sure whether to believe you here or not because you kind of misled me here on some of this other stuff. Answer, on the pictures and that? Question, well, you talk a lot and you don't say anything, you know, and I wish you'd just come out. Now, if something happened with Julie the day of the 3rd, I'm willing to work with you here. I mean, I take very patient and very calm here with you, with your family, your case, and all that stuff. And we need to come up with some type of an explanation here. And you're the only one that can provide that explanation. Did you guys have an argument? Were you guys playing around? I don't know what happened. Answer, Paul, there was nothing. There was nothing. Question, answer, she couldn't get out of bed that morning. Question, Answer, I'd hate to have it come to that, but you can ask David. Question, Answer, about Mom's condition that morning. Question, Answer, she couldn't get out of bed. He wanted to stay home because Mom was sick. We did nothing, you know, there was no sexual thing going on that morning. Question, Answer, there was nothing happening. She was in bed, asleep. Did you get mad at her or something? Were you pissed off? You got answer, no. Question, mad at her before and you used the photographs around the house, you know? Did you get mad this time and, you know, Julie, damn it, wake up or something? Answer, no, Paul. Those photographs I'm talking about is we'd have a little argument about something and I'd bring out the pictures that had been accumulated. So that was about the 3rd, and then it transitioned into this discussion again about the photographs being left around the house in the years preceding Julie's death.
Correct.
Now I'm going to proceed to the video number 7.
what, you're the only one that can explain anything here. And I don't know what the answer is, and you do. I'm thinking there's an accident. What happened that morning? Let's go through that morning. What happened before you left?
She had hardly stood up and said,
So let's kind of try to have this framed in my mind. Let's go back to where we thought 6:30 in the morning.
right, okay,
She's not feeling well.
right.
Okay, go from there. We're gonna feel what happened that day.
She was not able to get out of bed. I mean, she was groggy, almost incoherent. Breathing was very labored, raspy.
How was it? Maybe
She was having a hard time.
is it? I mean, how old was she?
It was a very deep breath.
Okay. Okay. And you could hear phlegm or something like that? Okay.
It sounded like the windpipe was being restricted.
Mhm.
She was hardly, I'm not even sure she was coherent.
She sat up in bed.
She sat in her bed.
Okay.
David tells me that, because we talk about it, David tells me that I was holding her up, supporting her. And I guess I recall that I was sitting on the bed behind her, as the kids were on the bed saying, kissing her.
Good morning, or whatever.
Good morning. Yeah. And she was not even able to, she didn't get up and go. They should have called it more. She was in bad shape. I mean,
What do you mean sad shape? Was she talking, or?
hardly.
She was sitting up in bed, so she had some strength. She's sitting up in bed, but you guys talked that morning, or
Right,
what?
but very, very weak. No, I mean, they had no conversation. I mean, you know, I think she indicated that she was okay.
Then what happened?
But she, you know, she was not able to move around and function. She took the other sleeping pill after the kids went to school.
How many has she taken total? Because that's the first one, that's the Atrium, right? So this would be her second one? She took one the night before, right? And now she's taking another.
I think this was in the third.
Okay.
First one Wednesday morning, second one Wednesday night, third one Thursday.
Thursday morning, okay. As prescribed.
Right.
Okay.
And she was asleep. Well, she was on the bed, she went to sleep. I was at work, came home, and she was gone. And she hadn't moved.
Now, you were home from 7, we started at 7:30, and all of a sudden we jumped to noon, or 1 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame. There was a lot of stuff that happened in between there.
During the morning, but she was just...
She was sleeping that whole morning?
She was asleep.
Now, when you went to work, did you wake her up and tell her you went to work?
I did not.
Okay, you just left for work. And she slept from, she got up, 7:30-ish, okay? Kids said good morning, kids go to school?
Kids went to school. Okay. I took them to preschool, David got on the bus.
Okay. And then you took him the day to preschool and came back?
Right.
Okay. And then what did you do at the house during the day?
Talked to the office, that was about it. Went around, I picked up a check from a client, I removed it. Yeah, they ran out for that, and then came back again.
Okay, which client did you pick up the check from?
Ed Codlin.
Who?
Ed Codlin.
Cod?
Codlin.
Codlin.
C-H-O-N. Yeah.
So you didn't actually go back home then? You went home and then you went back out?
Right.
Okay. You called the office then on the 3rd,
Right.
then you went to Coughlin and got a check from him. Where does he live?
Down the street, Lake Shore, past 116.
Okay.
First court, yeah, I picked it up, it was mailbox.
Okay.
And then
He was aware of that ahead of time, left it out there for you, I would assume? Okay, then what?
went back home,
She still sleeping?
still sleeping?
You didn't touch her?
No.
Hi, how are are you? I'm home, you need something to drink, something to eat?
No,
Nothing.
I'm sure I might want to check on it.
So directing your attention to the screen, you started out your interview or this portion of the interview by saying, I don't know what the answer is, and you do. I'm thinking there's an accident. At the time you made that statement, I'm thinking there's an accident. Were you actually thinking there was an accident?
No, I wasn't.
You were actually thinking something quite different than that.
Yes, I was. I was trying to make it easier for Mark Jensen to tell the truth or to tell me what actually happened.
So you're basically inviting him to provide you with some explanation of an accidental death.
Yes. And I also couldn't rule out the possibility that there was an accident, but I wanted to cover all the areas.
And so the question continued, I'm thinking there's an accident. What happened that morning? Let's go through that morning. What happened before you left? Answer, she could hardly sit up in bed. That was your question, his answer?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you ask a little later, you ask the question, okay, go from there. We got to feel what happened that day. Answer, she was not able to get out of bed. I mean, she was groggy, almost incoherent. Breathing was very labored and raspy. That's the question that you posed, and that's the answer that he gave?
Yes.
And then later you asked the question, okay, and you could hear phlegm or something like that, okay? Answer, it sounded like the windpipe was being restricted. So he acknowledges that morning on December 3rd, it sounded to him as though her windpipe were restricted.
Yes.
In response to the question, the answer he provided was I'm not even sure if she was coherent. Question, she sat up in bed. Answer, she sat up in bed. Question, okay. David tells me that we talked about it. David tells me that I was holding her up. Question, Answer, supporting her. Answer, I guess I recall that. I was sitting on the bed behind her as the kids were on the bed sitting, kissing her. Question, good morning or whatever? Answer, good morning, yeah. And she was not even able to, she didn't even get up to go. I should have called that morning. She was in sad shape. Question, what do you mean sad shape? She was talking or answer, hardly. Question, she was sitting in bed, so she had some strength. She's sitting in bed. What do you guys talk that morning or what? Answer, but very, very weak. No, I mean, we had no conversation. I mean, I had to say she indicated that she was okay. Question, okay, then what happened? But she was not able to move around and function. She took the other sleeping pill after the kids went to school. And then you go through the Ambien, and he indicates that she took a total of 3 Ambien. One Wednesday morning. Yeah, the first one Wednesday morning, the second one Wednesday night, and the third one Thursday morning. That's what he described to you?
Yes.
And again, the question is posed at line 10. Question, she was sleeping that whole morning? Answer, she was sleeping. She was asleep. Question, but she got up 7:30-ish? Answer, right. Question, okay, the kids said good morning. The kids go to school? Answer, the kids went to school. So now we'll go to the next video clip.
Yeah, in the neck area.
Okay, she was asleep on the sleeping pill. She was like out.
Asleep on the sleeping pill.
She took a sleeping pill that morning.
Okay,
She was out. Okay. To move her required
a lot of force.
a lot of effort.
Mhm.
You know, to pick her up.
Okay. Mark, how about this?
I think she was laying on her back. With the funny breathing, I remember. I think I rolled her onto her side when she was asleep.
Why would you roll her on her side while she's sleeping?
She was having the baby thing with the kids. You don't mind flat on their back because if they cough or anything.
Okay.
And you do it on the side, so it,
Okay, so now you rolled her up on her side, kind of like the way we found it?
right. I mean,
You may have, or you did?
I did, but I may have put her in that position, and that's where she was. I mean, if there's an arm play, it might be because I rolled her over when she was, because she was out on the sleeping pillow that morning.
Okay. So now, of all the time, I think it's just before you left for work.
Yeah.
Before noon,
Before noon.
you're picking her up because she's breathing funny and putting her up on her side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rolling over, she was. Yeah, because that morning I was sitting behind her. And you were right about that. I was sitting behind her and she was sitting on the bed with her head put behind her. But when the kids went to school, I laid her back down and she was on her back.
And you rolled her up to her side.
And I grabbed her and rolled her over.
So you
So once again, later in the interview, you're talking with him about her condition on the morning of December 3rd,
Yes, December 3rd, 1998.
and the answer he provides, okay, she was asleep on a sleeping pill. She was like out. Question, asleep on a sleeping pill? Answer, she took a sleeping pill that morning. Answer, and you said, okay, and answer, she was out. And then you asked, to move a required, answer, you said, oh, I'm sorry, question is okay, answer, to move a required, and then you interrupted and said, question, a lot of force, and he replied, answer, a lot of effort. Correct?
Correct.
And then, question, okay, Mark, how about this? Answer, I think she was laying on her back and with funny breathing. I think I rolled her onto her side when she was asleep. And then he explained that he did that because of the baby thing with kids. You don't lay them flat on their back, correct?
Correct.
And then he confirms that when he rolled her onto her side, it was kind of like the way that you guys found her, correct?
Correct.
Now I'll proceed to clip number 9, video clip number 9.
I'm still under the opinion here that there's something accidental that took place here.
Well, what I don't understand what I've been spinning on for 4 or 5 months is where what was going on with her to cause the condition she was in. I mean, she didn't get out of bed. I mean, they have to know that her physically, she was wrecked. There's nothing in her system. She wasn't eating. It got to the point she wasn't eating until it was shot. I tried to feed her. She wouldn't eat. Didn't drink water the last day. She tried Thursday morning and choked on it.
The water.
Couldn't get it down.
I thought she slept most of that.
That's what she did. It was with her early. I mean, early when the kids got up. Funny breathing. I'm sure there was water or something in there.
Well, she had to get up to get the water.
I brought it to her.
Oh,
She did not get out of bed.
So you did have some conversation. She has to get a glass of water.
No, I got it for her. She had nothing to say. David, after the fact, I think she was giving me indications by nodding her head or something like that. But David said that she couldn't talk that morning.
Next clip does. Okay. Now again, directing your attention to the screen, you started out this phase of the questions with question, I'm still in the opinion that there's something accidental that took place here. Again, was that your opinion that there was something accidental that took place here?
Not necessarily, but I certainly wanted to rule it out also.
And once again, he indicates that she didn't get out of bed.
He does. Yes.
And again, he confirms she did not get out of bed that morning.
Yes, that is correct.
And question, so you did have some conversation. She asked you to get a glass of water. Answer, no, I got it for her. She had nothing to say. David, after the fact, I think she was giving me indications like nodding her head or something like that, but David said she couldn't talk that morning. That's what he told you at the time of this interview on April 29th, 1999?
April 21st, 1999.
1st, 1999?
Yes.
Now we're going to clip 10.
I think one of my questions was that throughout the reports and through everything that was said and done, what happened that morning specifically?
Let me grab that phone call real quick, okay? I'll let you guys.
On the morning that she died, did she get breakfast? Did she get out of bed?
Didn't get out of bed.
She stayed in bed?
Very hard time breathing, could hardly move on her own.
Okay, and what time would that be?
From 6:30 on.
6:30, she was having a hard time breathing? And were you concerned that this would be something
Absolutely.
life-threatening?
I was very concerned about it.
I mean, as far as life-threatening?
Yeah. Because the breathing was
Did you contact your doctor that day?
not that day. I'd seen him the day before. But it was a big question in my mind as to whether or not to call the ambulance that morning or bring her somewhere.
Okay. What was your routine that morning? 6:30, you noticed that she was having a hard time breathing. Did you get ready for work? Did you get the kids ready?
The kids are ready, got David on the bus, took Doug to preschool, came back, got cleaned up a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 9-ish, 10, something like that.
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you
Picked up
grabbed.
a check from a client.
Okay.
They ran it, I can't remember exactly what it was, I remember popping out of the house a couple different times for different things.
Okay. When did you actually leave the residence?
Somewhere. We're getting to the office at around, I think I stopped and got lunch and maybe a Burger King or something, so somewhere around 11.
Did you say anything to her before you left? Did you check on her? Did you see if she needed anything?
I was going with Paul, I remember rolling her over at some point. She was on her back early in the morning, and at some point during the morning.
You rolled her?
Rolled her over onto her side.
I guess what I'm asking is prior to leaving the residence for good, okay, did you check on her and say, hey, you okay, do you need something, do you need to get you a glass of water, do you need to get you something?
No.
Did you check on her at that point?
Well, she was out of it, she had taken a sleep control that morning, so she was totally
She was in and out?
out of it, yeah. The day before, I put her out there at all, she was.
Okay. I guess what concerns me a little bit is that at 6:30 in the morning, she's having a very difficult time breathing. Okay. Some point in the morning hours, you roll her. Okay. You leave for work, you don't really check on her. Okay. That's what kind of concerns me a little bit. Okay. Somebody is having a difficult time breathing.
I
That's
know.
how we live. We breathe.
Right.
I think what bothers me a bit about this is that there was no care in calling a doctor. You know, I mean, granted, maybe in the morning that you wanted to, but I'm saying, you're leaving the house. You're leaving her there. Okay, she took a sleeping pill, she's on some medication, she's not been feeling well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, that just seems a little odd. I mean, she's your wife, you know. Granted, I know about the problems that have been going on.
Well,
But, I mean, you know,
that's not one.
no, but, you know, I mean, you know, she's the mother of your children, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, why would you not check on her? And especially, you know, before you walk out the door?
I did at some point in there.
Okay, because the time of death, I don't know if Paul has told you, it's in between, you know, 11 and 12 o'clock, somewhere around that time frame. Okay, you're home, supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is that you roll her on her
Well,
side.
I rolled her. That has to be before I left, because I know it wasn't earlier in the morning. And I know she was breathing at that point.
Why would you roll her? I mean,
It sounded like she had stuff in her throat. I guess it was not that she was trying to cough it up, so it just doesn't.
okay, so she's having problems breathing. Do you think there's something in her throat?
So I think it was raspy.
Okay.
I couldn't tell what it was. You know, she had that breathing the night before too. Not as bad.
Ratsburg, during the bulk of this exchange between the defendant and Detective Heather Berg, you were not present in the room, is that true?
That is correct.
But you've listened to this video several times?
Yes, I've listened to this video. We also had a monitor set up in my office, so when I left the room, I was monitoring the conversation in my office.
And you've compared the video to the transcript, and it's an accurate transcription?
It is, yes.
And once again, the defendant confirms that Julie Jensen did not get out of bed on the morning of December 3rd,
That is correct.
that she had a very hard time breathing,
Yes.
that he recognized it was life-threatening.
I don't recall him saying that on there, but I think that is something.
Directing your attention to the screen, question, were you concerned that this would be something? Answer, definitely. Question, life-threatening? Answer, I was very concerned about it. Question, I mean as far as life-threatening, answer, yeah. So he confirmed that he considered this to be a life-threatening experience that she was having.
You are correct, yes.
And he confirms he did not contact the doctor that day.
Correct.
And he confirmed that he rolled her onto her side.
Yes.
And he confirms that when asked the question, did you check on her, to say, hey, you know, are you okay? Do you need something? Do you need me to get you a glass of water? Do you need me to get something? The answer was no. And then the question, you didn't check on her at that point? Answer, well, she was out of it. She had taken a sleeping pill that morning, so she was totally... Question, she was in and out? Answer, yeah, out of it, yeah. I mean, the day before, I couldn't rouse her at all.
Yes, that is correct.
How much more direct do you have?
That was the last, oh, how much more direct? I've got more direct, but that was the last of the interviews.
I think the jury is,
I think it'd be a good time to take a break.
yeah, they earned their break this afternoon, folks. Thank you. All right, we're in recess. Thank you. We're back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Witness is still on the stand. Lieutenant Rasberg, still under oath. You can continue with your direct, Mr. Jambos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Ratsberg, I know you haven't committed this entire interview. To memory, but directing the court and counsel's attention to page 81, line 24. If you recall posing the following question. Okay, so that means there was some type of contact in the bedroom while you were there. There's no other way. There's no other way to explain it, and the only person that was there was you. I'm willing to work through this with you, but we need to find out what happened here. Answer, Paul, I did not do anything to hurt her. I did not. There was a question between myself and the kids that morning whether or not to call an ambulance. Question, Answer, take her to the hospital. And the kids wanted to stay home. Her breathing was funny. She could hardly get out of bed. I mean, it was a god-awful situation. The bruising probably came from her getting up. I didn't hit her. She got up and she fell. She hit her head. I remember her telling me that. She got up to go to the John. I don't know what happened, but anybody who was sitting there having a hard time breathing and telling you that they're okay, she was in no condition if you want to try to do something sexual to do it. Do you recall posing those questions and receiving those answers?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you were conducting this interview with Mark Jensen on April 21st, 1999, at that point, you had not received any information back from any toxicologists indicating the presence of ethylene glycol in Julie, had you?
That is correct, yes.
Now, on the day of April 21st, 1999, when you interviewed Mark Jensen, when Mark Jensen came to the police station, he had his son David with him. Is that true?
That is true.
And did you talk briefly with David as well?
I did.
And David was just a little boy at that time.
He was.
Now, I'm going to show you another exhibit. Exhibit 42. Take a look at that.
Yes.
And so what is State's Exhibit 42?
State's Exhibit 42 is the day planner that we recovered from the Jensen home on December 3rd, 1998. You saw it in the video and so forth. It was inside that briefcase underneath his desk. And then on top of that in the photos, you'll see that it's leather bound, and this was inside of there. And I recovered this from the Jensen home December 3rd, 1998. That would be State's Exhibit 42.
The jury has heard testimony about something called the blueprint that occurred November 5th, 6th, and 7th. Is there any notation in that book about November 5th, 6th, and 7th?
here at it, and I don't see blueprint on there for November 5th. You could maybe direct me, please?
So, directing your attention, these are not, the page is not numbered, but it's got 2 pages where the entire month of November is laid out there, correct?
Correct.
And for the 5th, 6th, and 7th, is there any notation in there?
Yes, November 1998, there's a star, and it says blueprint, and then it has MGR 1:30, and then 9:30. On Friday, November 6th, there's another star that says blueprint, and then on November 7th, which is a Saturday, it says blueprint.
And this is in Mark Jensen's day planner.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that just a moment. Now, after the section you had just described where November 5th, 6th, and 7th indicate blueprint, then in the next few pages there's a series of pages where each page is a different day of the month for October. Is that correct? I'm sorry, for November.
Yes.
And there's a notation in front of you. Which date is set forth in front of you there on the book that I've opened there too?
Monday, November 9th, 1998.
And is there any notation about something happening with the carpeting?
Yes.
Read the jury what it says.
Puked on carpet. The whole thing, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Right return, puked on carpet. Model of chairs are right over weekend, but got into it, whether to clean to, it's a little scrambled, the writing. Let me start over. But into it, whether to it cleaned, and I can't make out the other words. Then below that, there's some Bloomberg, and then something about another word I can't make out, chairs.
I don't care. I was just wondering
Very
about
good.
notations that pertain to puking on the carpet. That's set forth November 9th.
Yes, sir.
And what day of the week is November 9th?
That is a Monday.
Sometime before December 3rd, 1998, you'd seen a series of photographs that Julie had taken that included pages from Mark Jensen's day planner. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of those photographs portrayed a Post-it note with a variety of things listed on it. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, did you look for that Post-it note in Mr. Jensen's day planner on or about December, sometime after you seized it on December 3rd?
Yes.
And did you find that Post-it note?
The Post-it note? No.
Now, you also made reference to finding Julie's, the log that she'd maintained of harassment.
Yes.
item is marked as State's Exhibit S44 and ask you to compare this to the log that has already been received in evidence, that book right there. I don't remember what the exhibit number is in that book, so can you tell us the exhibit number? It's on the plastic bag, I believe.
The book is S34.
So S34 is the original hard copy of the log that Julie kept of the harassment that she experienced?
Yes.
Now, take a look at S44, and this is a photocopy of that, and starting with the partial review of past. So
Yes.
compare those pages to these pages in Exhibit S44.
This is a true and accurate copy of this state's item number 34.
I move Exhibit S43 and S44 and evidence S43 for electronic version, and that's what we'll be accessing using on the computer drive.
So it's 34 and 44?
43 and 44.
43 and 44 then, okay.
Do you have a copy of that?
I need the desk.
So directing your attention to the screen, can you read that? I can make it a little bit bigger, I think. So this is the partial review of past that was contained in Julie Jensen's day planner, the one that you found, the harassment log that she kept.
Yes.
And this was found where was this found?
This was located in the Jensen bedroom in her desk area there, or the dresser.
So she describes this as starting on January 19th, 1992.
Yes.
And then this first page proceeds down to 4/20/92.
Yes.
Start to the next page. And she's describing predominantly hang-up calls at this point, correct?
Yes.
A wide variety of hang-up calls all the way through December 3rd, 1992. And this, she's describing this as a recap continued.
Yes.
More hang-up calls at home December 7th, 92 through
Yes.
28/93, correct?
Correct.
And she describes on 11/4/93 a report made to Ron Cosman, and she gives the case number.
Yes, that is correct.
She describes how mailbox parts are being ordered because they had problems with a variety of other issues like the mailbox and flat tires on Mark's truck.
Correct.
So on August 25th, 95, she made a complaint to Ron Cosman, and who suggested a trace again through Ameritech.
Correct.
And from September 6th to September 27th, 95, there was a trap and trace, and there were no calls to report?
Correct.
Then October 25th, the hang-up calls start again.
Yes.
And on November 95 through January 96, she's indicating very active, calling Mark's office and leaving photos, correct?
Correct.
So on November 15th through February 1st, 95, again, there was a trace on, correct?
Did you?
It says from November 15th to 12/1/95, trace on.
Yes.
And here it indicates that on November 20th and November 22nd, there were some calls,
Yes.
but they did not seem to be related to this case when those were investigated.
I recall investigating a hang-up call with the Jensens, and I can't recall what year it was, but they had a hang-up call that they reported to Ameritech, and we obtained a address, and it was in the area of Kenosha. It was behind the old Kmart on 52nd Street, and I checked out the address, and I determined that it was just simply a wrong number. However, that wasn't and that was only the one time. So there was one time that I investigated personally a hang-up call and found out that it was just an incidental hang-up call.
So just February 3rd, 96, there was report number 9601246, Major Ron Cosman,
Yes.
and a bag of evidence was turned over.
Correct.
And then more of these incidents, and now there's pictures left on Mark's truck.
Correct.
On March 21st, and then March 28th, another hang-up call.
Yes, all in 96.
On April 2nd, she's indicating that she called A.G. Edwards this morning in Chicago to inquire about the whereabouts, and she's talking about the whereabouts of whom? She was talking about the whereabouts of Perry Tarika, is that true? Of Perry Tarika, is that true?
Yes, I see it now. Thank you. Yes.
And then on April 2nd, 96, she spoke to Kenosha Police Detective Paula Mickelson, and she makes notes of what Detective Mickelson told her to do. First, Detective Mickelson told her to talk to a detective at Pleasant Prairie Police, not a uniformed patrolman. So, and the name Mark Hunter and Paul Ratsberg is listed there, correct?
Correct.
2, keep a journal of everything that happens, correct?
Correct.
And then for further support, she could talk to Lynn Copen, who at that time was the victim witness coordinator for the Kenosha County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
She talked to somebody at Rody's Cameras.
Yes, you did.
And she had Mark call a guy named Dave Dewar, who apparently knows Perry Tarika, and Dewar gave the current location of Perry Tarika in Tryon, North Carolina, correct?
Correct.
April 5th, she records that you'd gone to visit her and suggested placing video camera in the tripod out David's bedroom windows, correct?
Correct.
April 5th at 7:05, there was a hang-up call.
Correct.
And she has more records of hang-up calls. And on April 17th, she's talking about pictures left in Mark's truck at the office, correct?
Correct.
And then April 18th, she indicates that you'd called North Carolina and you spoke to Perry Tarika.
That is correct.
And at that point, was it at that point that you rule out Perry Tarika as being the source of these photographs and hang-up calls?
Yes, it was.
And how was it that you were able to rule him out?
Well, I talked to Perry Tarika when I contacted him, and he told me he was in North Carolina. I was a little hesitant to believe him. He cooperated to me. He was a little irritated that this kept going on, but and I verified his alibi, and I spoke with his employer out there to assure that he was, in fact, where he said he was in North Carolina, and not anywhere near the village of Pleasant Prairie.
So then you would recommended Dave Ellis?
I did.
And who is Dave Ellis?
Dave Ellis is he was a former Kenosha police officer, and he was a private detective. I knew him, and the Jensens considered using his services.
So she indicates that on April 25th she met with Dave Ellis?
Yes, and before that, I recall that Dave Ellis came out to the police department, and I briefed him on the case, and I showed him some of the photos and all that, so he had a good idea of what he was looking at. That was further at Julie Jensen's request, and then the Jensens had further business to do with Mr. Ellis.
So, and she indicates on May 1st, she indicated Dave Ellis called?
Yes. Yes.
And again, she makes reference to hang-up calls and several calls for Mark at the office, and hang-up calls at home.
Correct.
She checked license plates on vehicles.
Yes.
She had a conversation with you on May 10th, 1996. Caller ID. There's a tap on the phone. Correct?
Correct.
May 10th, 96, she called Ameritech and ordered caller ID and automatic callback features for 30 days and free for 30 days.
Correct.
And you were conducting investigations in these matters. For example, on June 3rd, 96, you checked the number of, you were indicating that Mark had received some harassing phone call, and you determined that person was not connected to Mark in any way?
Correct.
And then more out-of-area calls, more hang-up calls through June, July of 96.
Yes.
She's keeping notes of everything that's happening, correct?
Yes. He's doing a very good job.
And then we're going through a number of pages here, more records of more hang-up calls, more pics left on Mark's truck at the office, pics left at Mark's truck in the office, tape messages to his office, phone calls to Mark's office, hang-ups at home.
Yes.
And then we get to keep paging through this. We get to 1998. So on page 46, January 19th, 1998, she underlines the word new tactics, live on internet, calls to Mark's office, asking if he's watching it and when to tune in, correct?
That is correct.
And these are predominantly calls to Mark's office, she's saying, right?
Yes.
And then on April 13th, 1998, she indicates email, correct?
That is correct.
And then on April 22nd, email, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
April 29th at 6:33 p.m., another email. And then on April 30th, another email, correct?
Correct.
May 5th email, May 6th email, correct?
Yes.
So now she's keeping track of the emails that they're getting.
That is correct. All occurring in June of 1998.
So she makes a call, she complains about, or calls Mark's office on June 26th, and then July 7th, and July 9th, and then August 17th, 1998, an out-of-area hang-up call at home at 10:37 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And there's no more entries after August 17th, 1998.
Correct.
About the time that Mark Jensen struck up a relationship with Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
Now, you also recovered Julie's day planner, correct?
I did.
And Julie's day planner, it's up there. Hard copy of the day planner, and that's marked, what exhibit number is it?
I do. Julie's day planner is S33.
And just to be clear, this is also on S, what was it? What was the exhibit number on this? Did I leave it? Where's the envelope? Did I leave it? So, for the record, this is also on exhibit S43, where I had it concealed on my desk underneath other papers. Now, so directing your attention to the screen, comparing what's set forth here for December 29th, 1997, Paul and Jill over, that's what's contained in the hard copy that you have there, correct?
Did you say 97, sir?
I'm talking about, it's the second page in on this. It's Monday, December 29th, 1997. Paul and Jill over. Exclamation point. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do, yes.
Okay. So that's why you need to answer aloud. Do you see it there? And that is there, correct?
It is correct,
And
sir.
you know who Paul and Jill are?
I do.
Who are Paul and Jill?
Paul and Jill are Julie's, Paul is Julie's brother, and Paul and Jill were married.
So Jill is Paul's wife, and she has Paul and Jill over exclamation point.
She does, yes.
And so this is a true and accurate copy of what's contained in the document that you're holding in your hand there, correct?
That is correct.
And as we page through this, I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but the notations that Julie has in her day planner, it's all about household things and the kids, right? Back to school. I'm talking about January 5th, 1998. Back to school, exclamation point, pay bills, Joey, question mark, pay bills on January 6th.
Yes,
These all seem to be things that relate to the operation of the home.
it does.
Judge, I object to the just, it's really just all leading at this point.
Was there a ruling on the judge? I didn't hear.
Judge, I had objected based on leading that Mr. Jamboys was basically doing all the testifying at this point.
Why don't you ask the witness the questions? Your objection is sustained.
Okay, directing your attention to January 12th through January 15th. What do these entries look like to you? Do they pertain to business or the operation of the home?
Mainly operation of the home. There's some errands I see that Julie has on here, like, for example, May 12th, 1998, which is a Monday. Nick, school, KYF. Kim's book club there on Tuesday, January 13th. And it goes on. Apparently there's some dry cleaning she needs to pick up and things like that. So it's a combination of social and household activities.
And it says January 17, 1998, it says Dave and Sharon over. Do you know who Dave and Sharon are? Would that be Dave and Sharon Nering?
Yes, I'm a little slower at finding it than you are, my friend.
Oh.
But yes, that's David Nearing and Sharon Nearing. They were good friends with the Jensens, and they would socialize with each other and come back and forth.
So I'm going to now get up to we're in September of 98, but this time the children are in school, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the, directing your attention to Wednesday, September 23rd, do you see any notations? For example, 9, 10, 11 are circled, and it says Mrs. DeFazio. Do you know what that's about?
Yes, as a regular routine as I went through this, on Wednesdays while school was in session, Julie volunteered at Southport School with her child, and the teacher's name was Mrs. DeFazio at Southport School. And again, it was a regular routine on Wednesdays. And you'll see that throughout this calendar when school's in session.
And so again, on Wednesday, September 30th, the 9, 10, 11 are circled there. Is that correct?
Did you say September 30th?
I said September 30th, yes.
That is correct.
And October 7th, Wednesday, again, there's reference to it being circled in Mrs. DeFazio, correct?
Yes, similar to the other entries from, this one has it 8 to noon, but it's Mrs. DeFazio on a Wednesday.
And so was through November, and I'm sorry, so was for October, and then we get into November, and on December 2nd, it's crossed off, isn't it? For what's going on at 9 o'clock on December 2nd is crossed off. Correct?
Yes.
December 2nd, can you see that it's
Yeah,
crossed off?
I noticed a Wednesday in November either, but now that I think about it, maybe it was the kids were off. But what was your date, sir?
December 2nd.
Yes, it's not listed on December 2nd.
She does have things listed in later in December, though, right?
She does. Another one that is familiar to me is Thursday, November 12th.
Well, we're in December, so let's go to December 8th.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So go to December 8th.
Yes.
So, and are you familiar with what I lost it. Let me get back to December 8th here. So December 8th, there's this heart. Do you know what that's about?
Yes. The Jensens had a dog, and You'll see it throughout this calendar. When you buy, it's heart something. It's some type of worm or medication for dogs, and you put that on your calendar, and then you would give it to your dog when it was due. The heart would tell you that.
It's administered once a month.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
So, but here on December 11th, she's got Kids Castle, Joey's birthday party, the Stifle Christmas party.
Yes.
Now, at some point after after your interview with Mark Jensen, you did receive information regarding ethylene glycol poisoning from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab,
Yes.
and you'd also conferred at that point with Dr. Lavin,
Yes.
and there was additional investigation that was conducted in this matter.
Yes.
And then sometime in March of 2002, you obtained an arrest warrant for Mark Jensen, and you arrested him, took him into custody at that point.
Yes.
Now, and you interviewed him at that point?
I did.
And then later, did you go talk to anybody at Stifle Nicholas?
Yes.
And ultimately, as a consequence of those conversations, did you end up getting a search warrant for the personal documents or for the documents that Mark Jensen had left at Stifle Nicholas and for his computer at Stifle Nicholas?
Yes.
And did you seize that computer?
Yes.
And then subsequently, you had obtained an investigative subpoena for another computer that had been sent to the Stifle Nicholas office in St. Louis. Is that true?
Yes.
And you obtained that computer as well?
I did.
And I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibits 30 and 31, which must be up here.
Yes.
Okay. So directing your attention first to State's Exhibit S30.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jamboyce, I didn't hear you.
Directing your attention to Exhibit S30.
Yes.
There's a notation that this was picked up April 9th, 2002 at St. Louis. Is that true?
Yes.
And who picked it up?
I did.
So you drove to St. Louis and you picked up this computer?
Yes. On this particular computer, I discovered during my investigation that shortly after Julie's death, Mark switched out computers, and this would have been the computer that was in his office that he used previously in December.
So you obtained this computer on April 9th, 2002, and it says you dropped it off April 10th, 2002. Is that correct?
That is correct, analyst Brad Haller.
And that's reflected at the bottom of the page, April 10th, 2002, with Brad Haller's signature?
Correct.
And Brad Haller was, again, who was he?
He's an analyst with the Department of Justice, State of Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Now, directing your attention to State's Exhibit S31.
Yes.
That reflects that this is the Jensen work computer from 2002 in Racine.
Correct.
And who picked up this computer?
I did.
It's item
F.
Item F, the following items submitted: computer sealed Dell Dimension XPS R400 bearing the serial number F7WOZ. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you picked up that item from Stifle in Racine?
Yes.
And then you picked up another computer. Actually, the item F is Mark Jensen's personal computer that was picked up at his office, correct?
That is correct.
And then item G is the work computer that was picked up at his office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then item H is a cardboard box containing the computer of Kelly. Is that true?
That is accurate, yes.
And you obtained these or dropped these off with Brad Heller on May 15th, 2002. Is that correct?
Yes, I took them to the Department of Justice, the forensic unit, and for to have analyzed, and that was to Mr. Haller on May 15th.
Now, at some point after Mark Jensen had been arrested, did you speak to anybody at Stifel Nicholas's office?
Yes,
Did you speak to Dave Nearing?
I did.
So you spoke to him sometime shortly after Mark Jensen was arrested?
Yes,
And then did you speak to him again sometime in 2004?
I did. Yes.
Now, during any one of those conversations, do you recall whether or not Dave Nearing ever made reference to Mark Jensen having a stenographer's notebook with a series of penis diagrams in it?
Yes. I don't recall the notebook per se, but we didn't have that conversation in 2002. That was a conversation I had with him in 2004, and what I was doing was serving a search warrant there to retain some of the items, and there were some drawings of female genitalia and man penises, and then that conversation took place in 2004.
Now, have you had an opportunity to take a look at, I just provided you a State's Exhibit S-22. Can you take a look at that, please?
I am.
So, and do you recall seeing those, where those notes were recovered?
These notes here were recovered in 2004, reference to a search warrant from the Stiefel office in Racine, Wisconsin.
And you're the one that executed the search warrant?
Yes,
And you're the one that recovered those notes?
yes,
And you read those notes at the time?
yes,
And those are the notes that you recovered from Mark Jensen's personal belongings?
yes,
At the Stifel Nicholas office?
in Racine, Wisconsin, yes.
And you believe at that time you may have spoken with Dave Nearing?
Yes, in fact, as I look through here, I see some drawings of the items I mentioned earlier, and then that's when that conversation came up, and he acknowledged that he knew Mark was doing that. However, I don't recall the specific on the notebook, but I recall that conversation then.
Let's not refer to them as the items we referred to earlier. Let's be more direct. What are these what are these drawings of?
These drawings are of male penises, and get it back in front of me here, and male and female vaginas and penises.
Okay. So you think at the time that you picked that up, you may have had some discussion with Dave Nearing?
Yes,
And is at that time that Dave Nearing may have made reference to this notebook that he'd seen earlier from Mark Jensen with diagrams of penises on it?
yes,
And you didn't produce a report concerning that conversation with Dave Nearing?
no,
You just obtained this, you just executed the search warrant at that time?
yes.
Thank you, Detective, or Lieutenant Detective Ratsberg. I have no further questions of you.
Who's going to do the cross? Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. You know what? I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's one other issue I forgot to talk to Mr. Ratsberg about. Detective Lieutenant Ratsberg, at some point in 2008, 2009, and 2010, were you asked to recover phone recordings that were placed by Mark Jensen to his family?
Yes,
And who's the person that asked you to obtain those recordings?
you did.
And in the course of those recordings, there was some reference made to a book or manuscript, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you obtain that book and manuscript?
Yes,
And you then provided that to me, is that correct?
that is correct. I believe that occurred in February of 2010.
I've shown you the paginated manuscript of the book that you obtained from Mark Jensen, is that true?
Yes,
And now, I'd asked you to review that paginated manuscript, is that correct?
yes,
And in the course of your interview with Mark Jensen, he had told you about going to see Dr. Borman, correct?
yes,
On December 2nd?
yes. December 2nd, 1998.
And in his manuscript, he'd also described that going to Dr. Borman, is that true?
That is true.
Directing your attention to the screen. Happened here. At the top 12298 home, correct?
Yes,
And Mark Jensen here describes in his book this visit to Dr. Borman, does he not?
he does.
And he wrote, I walked in the door and approaching the receptionist counter explained, quote, Julie was here yesterday to see Dr. Borman. He gave her some samples last night. She woke me up acting drunk and blaming it on this, I said, showing her the printout. I know I don't have an appointment, but this is on top of everything else that has been happening that led her to see Dr. Borman. I need some help and would really appreciate being able to see him. And then he writes, wearing an expensive suit and a Rolex gives a presentation of authority and genuine legitimacy. And when accompanying a reasonable and polite request frequently achieves the desired results. I know Borman to be a responsible, conscientious professional, and in this situation, refusal of a request for help would be irresponsible. That was his rendition of this visit to Dr. Borman that's as set forth in his book, correct?
Excuse me, what pages are you on?
Which page was that opening on? So, let me tell you here in a second. Pull this off. Page 410.
Judge, I do have an objection we should be heard outside the presence of the jury on.
Do you want to be heard on something?
Yes.
All right, folks, go take a short break. We're almost here today, so we're getting close.
seat. We'll just wait a minute here. Are we good? Okay, we're talking about the manuscript, correct?
Correct.
We are, and my objection is just in looking at the notes of what the state filed for notice of intent to use defendant's statement at trial, and it lists out specific pages, and the first one shown is not.
One of them? Could be a problem.
Right.
Your Honor, I will indicate that it is true. It was not on that, and I regret the error. I should have told him about that in advance. But I will say this, the notice of intent to use defendant's statement at trial was filed with this court on December 9th, 2022. And we indicated that we intend to use portions of the book, and this includes, but is not limited to, the following provisions or portions of the following provisions of the defendant's book or manuscript. Then goes on to read, these provisions of the book or manuscript are by no means the only portions of the book that are available as a statement by a party opponent. However, Judge Kirkman had previously indicated the state should attempt to indicate the portions of the book the state would most likely use at some point in the trial. It was my intent, Your Honor, to provide this in advance, and it was just an oversight on my part. The fact is, I don't know if we're going to use hardly any of this book beyond this one particular point. It came to my mind as I was looking, watching the portions of the interview transcript that were being testified to, and I knew that there was a reference to going to Dr. Borman's office in the book, and rather than doing it on the interview, I decided to do it through the book instead. So I do regret the oversight, but it was an oversight on my part. I wasn't trying to sandbag defense counsel.
So we're not going to show this anymore to the jury, what we just shown. For the pages at 410?
It was page 410, Your Honor. I wasn't going to go back into it again. Now in
401?
it's 410. It's 410.
I was right.
You were right. I mean,
It's nice to have the defense agree.
Multiple pages of that day.
That's all right.
So, Your Honor, there is a massive amount of information. We have turned all of this over to defense counsel. They received the entire book. But just as it would be unwieldy to try to admit a 489-page book into evidence, 459 pages, however long it was. So, in the interest of making it easier, I was going to try to isolate the portions we were going to use.
All right, what we had agreed upon, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so can we bring back the jury? Yes? Okay,
I believe so. It's my understanding that the objection is sustained.
correct.
Well, does that mean, well, he's already testified to that.
I know,
provision.
but it's sustained.
But is that being
You could
stricken?
get it in another way if you want. I just think if we had an agreement, we should.
I'm not following what the court's ruling is in terms of being
It
sustained.
wasn't what you had put in the order or whatever, whoever drafted the order. We were only going to get into specific areas of the manuscript, and this was not one of them.
That's not what the agreement says. That's not what
That's
the
what
submission
my
says.
understanding of the agreement is.
The submission specifically says, these provisions of the book or manuscript are by no means the only portions of the book that are available as a statement by a party opponent. However, Judge Kirkman had previously indicated the state should attempt to indicate the portions of the book the state would most likely use at some point in the trial. The state had previously advised the court and counsel which portions of the recorded interview with Detective Ratsberg would or may be presented in the course of the trial. Further, a number of the defense recorded phone calls were admitted at the last trial, and the defense should anticipate that all of those may be presented at this trial as well. So the state did not indicate we were only going to be using these. We indicated these as the ones we were most likely going to use. I have provided the defense with everything that we had, including this entire book. And theoretically, as long as it's relevant, I could present any portion of the book. And Judge Kirkman had previously ruled, you should assume that any relevant portion of the book is going to come in. And they should assume that. Now, I had not intended to not tell them about page 410. This was just something that had just come up. If I had told them about this just before I put the witness on the stand, perhaps there wouldn't have been an objection. Now they know about it. But 410 is still a statement by a party opponent. It is still admissible if it's relevant, and we just demonstrated the relevance of it. And they can't argue that they were sandbagged about it because they got the entire book, not just page 410, not just these pages set forth here. They got the entire book. So they've had prior notice. This has been an issue in this case since middle of May 2016. So there's no part of this book that should be any surprise at all to defense counsel.
Well, that's two different areas. I know it's getting late in the day, but I think there was an agreement that we were only going to use portions of the manuscript.
That is
Now,
correct.
We're not doing that.
Well, Judge, we are still only using portions of the manuscript. In fact, we're using much less of the manuscript than the state had expected to use. Because if you look at this submission that was submitted December 9th, there's multiple pages listed here that we did not go into. The only part that we went into that was not listed here is one half of one page, page 410, where Mark Jensen indisputably wrote in his book about his visit to Dr. Borman. And I think that was a better description of his visit to Dr. Borman than was contained in the interview. And that's why I wanted to use it. Since it's accurate, since it's a statement by the defendant, since the defense counsel has a statement by the defendant, we've complied with the discovery statute, it should be admitted. Now, admittedly, I should have told about it, but now they know about it. It's clearly a statement by a party opponent. It's relevant and it's admissible.
Well, then why did we get into this discussion at pretrial motions that the state was only going to use portions of the manuscript?
Okay. Your Honor, at the time that...
I mean, does the state intend to read any more of this?
No, we were not going to... This was the last question I was putting to the witness, Your Honor, was page 410.
Done with this witness?
I was not going to ask you more questions of this witness. This was the last question I was posing to this witness, was that question about page 410. It was not my intent to put in the remaining statements, at least not at this point in the proceeding, not through my direct examination. It could come up on cross, depending on what they bring. I'm sorry. It could come up on redirect, depending on what they go into on cross-examination. But I was only going to use that one portion of the manuscript at this juncture. Now, when I'm cross-examining defense experts, the whole book, any portion of the book that's relevant to the cross-examination of the defense expert could be utilized, except for the portions of the book in which Mark Jensen writes about the letter and actually rewrites the entire letter in his own handwriting. I'm not going to go into that because this court had previously ruled that I could not cross-examine the defense expert, the defense psychiatrist, on the issue of Julie Jensen's being a high risk of suicide on December 3rd. I could not cross-examine her about Julie Jensen's letter. So I'm following the court's order. So we excluded that portion from the book that we were going to utilize.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Perry, what do you want to do then?
As long as it's done, then I don't think there's anything else that can be done about it. I don't think any portion that wasn't noticed, because that's what the whole discussion was and the reason for the notice.
I will note for the record, there was a discussion about what portions were going to come in. This was only one small half page that came in. Nothing else, according to the state, is going to violate that portion of the order. So we'll just continue and leave it alone. So how much more do you have on direct, Mr. Jambois?
That was my last question on direct to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. How much cross do you have?
More than 45 minutes.
A fair amount.
I don't want to have you start, because the problem is we come back and we start over. So I'm going to tell the jury that your direct has been completed, and then let them go home, and we'll start with the cross in the morning. Okay? All right. Bring the jury back.
And this is 410 of the book. So
All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. You can have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record on Mark Jensen's case, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Mr. Jamboys, do you have any further questions for this witness?
I was just going to have him authenticate the book, Your Honor, that was just marked as an exhibit. The page you just read came from Exhibit S45, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the paginated version of the manuscript that Mark Jensen wrote?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. This time the defense has an opportunity to do a cross, but it's not going to get done before 5, and I don't want them to start and then tomorrow repeat the same question. So you get to early go home today. Thank you, folks. Come back at 8:30. You might want to bring your umbrellas tomorrow, okay? Have a good evening. The records reflect the jury is gone. Everybody's still here. The defendant's still here. What do you want to bring up, Mr. Jamboys?
First of all, I'm going to have to. I wanted the clerk to tell me where we are with regard to the exhibit list. I want to know what's been moved into evidence, what hasn't been, because I don't have a list here myself, and I want to make sure.
She can't do that right now.
Okay, we can do it tomorrow morning then. The other thing I wanted to point out, Your Honor, is that with respect to the authentication of that last exhibit, the paginated book and the paginated manuscript, defense counsel has already stipulated the authenticity of that document. So I don't. We were not going to be calling, for example, the personnel from the prison or anything like that, because we wanted to avoid discussion of imprisonment in front of the jury. So they've already stipulated the authenticity of that book, and it's agreed between the parties we don't need to go into that, which is why I didn't spend any time talking with Detective Ratsberg about how we got the book and so forth.
That's all correct.
All right. We're just still going to have to wait till the jury. You guys can get up and move around, but the defendant's going to have to stay till the
The only
jury.
other thing is Attorney Jamboys and I was speaking yesterday about kind of the length of trial and when to call experts. One of our experts is going to be in another trial January 30th through February 2nd. I had originally thought maybe I should have her prepared for February 6th. Attorney Jamboys thinks that they will be done next week, so I have asked her.
That's the best news I heard
I
today.
thought you'd like it. I'm skeptical, but that's what he tells me.
We don't know that it's true.
Right. But I have.
We did give him one question, he took 4, so.
I did reach out to her and see if she could come on the 26th, because we have a different expert flying in for the 27th that we had previously agreed on. I think that if the prosecution's not done, they've agreed that she can be taken out of order. Obviously, that's not ideal for the defense. We'd like to present all our case at once, but if that's what we have to do.
The 26th is a Thursday, the 27th is a Friday.
Correct. So I've reached out to her. That's the plan at this point, but I wanted the court to know that we've been having these discussions because we're trying to move it.
I'm sure we could put her in either way, whether the state's not done or not.
The parties have agreed that if we're
Yeah.
not finished, we will take her out of order to facilitate her travel.
It's
schedule.
not unusual. It's done numerous times, and I would explain to the jury why we're doing it. So,
I just wanted the court to know that we had had that discussion because I was going to put her on for the 6th, but
all right.
we're going to be done by then, I've been told.
All right, we still have to find out if the jury has left, so the defendant still has to stay there. The attorneys obviously are excused. Have a good evening.
But you're going somewhere.
Wants to know what's been moved.
Go away.